Climbing up * 277 is disconcerted. Sometimes he is aggressive out of sheer misery. Fomish makes him his apprentice. He gives him lodging and board in his little house and teaches him locksmith's work. There is nothing extraordinary in the house of Fomish, as compared with the houses of any American or English working man receiving moderate wages. Yet for the son of the village who had been a day laborer in the city it is a revelation. For the first time in his life the idea of his inferiority dawns upon Moissaye. He realizes now that he has to learn to be a man. In the company of the carpenters or brickmakers he has fed his soul on contempt for the fools. In Fomish's company he is a fool himself. He does not know the most elementary things. He has to learn how to drink tea in a decent circle around a neatly set table. He has to learn how to use clean sheets and blankets in a regular bed, such as he has never enjoyed in his life. He has to acquire manners totally different from his former crude ways. But, most of all, he has to work on his character and his soul. He is not afraid of any work. Now that his life has taken a new turn, showing him an example worthy of imitation, he sets to work with a fury. His arrogance is gone. He feels small. At first he is deeply embarrassed. But the friendliness of Fomish and his wife soon makes him feel at ease. Moissaye learns his work in daytime, and in the evening he learns to read and write. This is not easy for a mujik in his 20s, yet he has patience and peasant greediness, and he is ambitious. His new life and his conversations with Fomish tend to abate his old-time individualism. Fomish is not a socialist or a revolutionist, but he has sound views on the life of the working man. The main trouble is, he says, that our fellow workingmen lack an idea, a general thought. 278. Which would show them what to do, where to go, how to live. You cannot expect a poor man to be a scholar, but he ought to live his own way, he ought to know how to hit the right nail on the head to improve his miserable life. He must not rely on somebody else's brains, or he'll be a plaything, a puppet in the other's hands. These ideas admirably correspond to Moissaye's inborn sense of independence. Fomish teaches him, not by talk, but by example, how to understand people, how to find the good kernel underneath an ungainly appearance. 2 or 3 years pass. Moissaye is changed. There is something more human about him. He has become quiet. His temper is more even. He has read many books, he has become a citizen of his country and, perhaps, of the world, yet he is now more unassuming. He knows that he knows very little, and he appreciates the poor and the ignorant more justly. He meets his old friend, Pasha, a girl whom he was attached to when living in the village. The girl has not changed. She is the same primitive peasant girl that she was before. Yet Moissaye decides to marry her, and he makes her life easy, comfortable, and warm with real sympathy. Moissaye is now assistant machinist in a factory. His salary is not large, but sufficient for a moderate way of living. He does not crave for more. On the contrary, he has to argue with his young wife, who exhibits a remarkable peasant greediness for wealth. Pasha is almost disappointed in her husband. She has thought him a real gentleman, which, in her conception, means rich, while their household is far from prosperous. Moissaye has to explain to her that wealth and happiness are not the same thing, that honest labor is morally superior to other ways of acquisition. What a change, in comparison with his former views. Moissaye has reached the top of a hill. He can be proud of the man he has made of himself. He has a broad view of life. He is quite independent, so far as climbing up. 279. This can be said of a wage earner. He has a loving wife companion. He ought to be happy. Yet he is gloomy. What is consuming you? His friend Fomish asks. I do not know. Something is wrong. There is a void in my life. Moissaye is a silent fellow who never talks of himself. If he now opens out before Fomish, it means that he is in great distress. What ails you? Fomish inquires. You have now what millions of people lack, mental development and bread. Michaelo gazes at his good-natured friend with keen eyes, and there is great pain in his face as he asks. And what now? Fomish does not understand him. It is the call for a great aim beyond personal happiness that stirs in Michaelo. His restless nature cannot be satisfied with the quiet life in the quiet family harbor which he has constructed for himself. He has seen too much misery. Life is too ugly to allow a man to be satisfied. For weeks Michaelo has labored under severe mental strain. Coming home from the factory, the author says, he would pace the room from corner to corner, dull and absent. Pasha would not interfere, she would not ask questions, but she could not understand what he was thinking about. His distress was of no definite character, very much like the feeling of depression a man experiences on a gloomy day when the sky is overcast and something weighs heavily on his brain. He worked regularly in his factory, he was even-tempered and calm with his fellow workingmen, he seemed satisfied, yet there were days when he was beyond himself. At times a strong current of energy swept him and he felt he had to hurry and do something, but soon the moment passed, and again he was in the grip of his uneasiness, dissatisfied and downhearted, as if he had been deceived by somebody he did not know. Finally, gloom became his steady calm. 28. Panion, though his face remained calm and composed. What was the matter with him? On a beautiful summer holiday, walking with his friend Fomish on a hill crest, he gives vent to his pain. The two have been admiring the broad landscape, when Michaelo suddenly remarks, "They are all down below, on the very bottom." Fomish does not understand. Whom do you mean? All. They are all down below, where it is dark and cold, while I am free. God, how boresome. It is dark and cold down there, and though I am in the light, I feel cold, too. And I am bored to death. Is it possible that all intelligent people feel the same as I? What a horror, Fomish. Here I am, on top of a rock bathed in sunshine, and down there is an abyss, deep, bottomless. From the abyss a clamor of voices is heard. I cannot make out the words, I do not see the human beings, for they are on the very bottom and the abyss is deep and covered with a veil of mist. But I hear voices, sometimes bitter groaning, sometimes rude laughter. I often think, how is it possible to live down there in the depths? How did it happen that I reached the top? At times I am proud I am here, I am happy to have fled from the depths. But then I am ashamed, I am disturbed, I am angry. Why is it that I alone stay here, while the others do not follow my example? Let the sun pour its light over me, let my eyes behold the boundless vistas, let the clean air fill my bosom, I cannot be satisfied as long as I cannot share it with those in the abyss. Only that is dear to use which we can share according to our wishes. If we cannot share our bread, it becomes stale in our mouth, if we cannot share our thoughts with others, they are bound to poison us, to kill us. The author does not disclose the further development of Michaelo Lunin. The story ends with the scene on the hill crest. Yet it is easy to see that for Michaelo, climbing up 281 there is only one way out of his depression. Michaelo as an individual may land in an insane asylum or commit suicide. Michaelo as a collective type furnished the human material for the first rank of the Revolutionary Army. The collective Michaelo was the first organizer of labor unions and the first political agitator among the mass of the urban working population. Chapter XXVI. The suburb. It is like a house on fire. One flame joins another flame, and all rise high. It bursts through here, it sparkles there, ever brighter, ever stronger. Thus an old working woman in Gorky's Mother describes the movement among her class on the eve of 1905. The woman herself is of peasant birth, but the industrial suburb, the scene of the first part of Gorky's story, is diametrically opposed to village life or peasant ideas. The inhabitants of the suburb are industrial workingmen in the second or third generation. The admixture of newcomers who have worked on the soil themselves is comparatively small. The yearning of the peasant for independence as an economic unit is foreign to the inhabitants of the suburb. None of them ever hopes to become a boss himself. None of them sees a way of gaining prosperity at one leap, as does the peasant in his dream of land. The inhabitants of the suburb are, therefore, gloomier, sterner and more dissatisfied than even the rural population. On the other hand, the people of the suburb have more culture. The younger generation nearly all know how to read and write. They look pitifully small and accidental, those beginnings of a revolutionary propaganda in the suburb. A few young men, mere boys, come secretly together to read leaflets or books. What are the subjects of their studies? Gorky does not say, but usually it is the history of civilization, the history of the labor movement, the elements of political economy and a description of the political parties in Western Europe. The studies are conducted under the leadership of an intellectual tutor, usually a student. 282. The working man who reads indulges in a dangerous occupation. The suburb 283 or a professional man. In the majority of cases the tutor is not a specialist in social problems. The instruction cannot be conducted regularly, owing to the vigilance of the police. The pupils, therefore, can get very little positive knowledge out of those secret readings. To the outsider the whole affair looks very harmless. "Are those your secret people?" the mother asks one of the boys. The mother cannot see how these clean, innocent youths and this young, slender girl who has come from the city to read to them about how people lived in former generations can be dangerous to anybody. Yet those weekly readings are of momentous consequence for the suburb. The little circle is originally confined to its own education. Knowledge to them, however, is not an aim in itself. We must kindle ourselves with the flame of reason, so that those in the dark may see us, one of the men says. We ought to answer every question honestly and truthfully. We ought to know what is truth, what is falsehood. Knowledge to these people is a weapon for the battle they are preparing to wage. The truth is what they intend to preach among their comrades. They wish to improve their lives, yet material well-being alone is not the end of their strivings. It is not only the stomach that we wish to fill, one of the boys says. No. We wish to be men. We must show those who are riding on our necks that we see everything. We are not beasts looking for food only. We wish to live as befits human beings. We must show our enemies that the miserable life they compel us to lead cannot prevent us from becoming equal to them in intellect, and in spirit superior to them. These young boys feel themselves the vanguard of a vast army, to which it is for them to show the right way. Hence their exaltation, hence the great importance they attach to their gatherings and their conversations. Some 284 times a wave of irresistible joy sweeps the circle. Their eyes sparkle, their laughter is full of happiness, their speech is merry. This occurs when they read in the papers of a new victory of the working class abroad. Splendid fellows, those Germans! They shout. Long live our comrades, the workingmen of Italy! They have not yet begun to fight themselves, but they feel related to all the laboring masses of the world. In the little room, the author says, a tremendous, boundless feeling is born, a feeling of spiritual kinship with all workers, the masters and the slaves of the world, whose reason already has freed them from the bondage of superstition and who have begun to look upon themselves as the sovereigns of the earth. The circle increases in membership. It is perhaps not only the wish to improve the life of the masses that draws individuals from the dark into the dangerous light of the revolutionary circle. Perhaps it is a desire to be something, to feel one's own personality, to know that one is not merely a number in the factory and a zero in social life, but also a man of capacity and distinction. Perhaps the danger of membership in a revolutionary organization makes it especially attractive to persons with a lively imagination. But all those circles and the organization in general are able to assert themselves and gain self-respect only through work among the masses. Soon the streets of the suburb are strewn with papers written with blue ink. The papers venomously criticize the system in the factory, they tell about labor strikes in Petersburg and southern Russia, they call the workingmen to unite in defense of their interests. The asterisk papers are read and commented upon. The older folks are morose, the younger are delighted, the majority have no confidence in the strength of the workingmen, yet they know the asterisk papers are well meant, the papers speak. The suburb. 285. About the sufferings of the working people, they are telling the truth/T/F, why a bond of sympathy is established between the secret organization and the bulk of the toilers. The papers appear regularly, they have become necessary to the population. When they fail to appear for a whole week, people are uneasy. None of the rank and file knows the address or the members of the organization, yet its influence grows. Thus a double task is being performed by the revolutionary circle, it forges personalities out of the crude metal of working humanity, and it sows the seeds of unrest among the masses. The police is on its guard. Repressive measures are not delayed. Many houses are searched. A number of workingmen are put into jail. But this cannot stop the movement. No arrests can entirely uproot the organization, and should that happen by some unhappy concurrence of circumstances, a new organization would soon be founded. The searching of the houses is the first incident where our converts come in close contact with the enemy. They look upon the officers not as representatives of a government, but as asterisk tools of the forces of darkness. Asterisk are young workingmen, whose fathers used to bend low before every uniformed chinovnik, manifest a remarkable degree of independence and boldness. They treat the officers as inferior beings. They insist on their human rights, denied them by the laws of their country. It is of the spirit of the time that all these events, hopeless as they may look to the skeptic, increase the unrest and serve the cause of the revolution. A working man's neighbor is arrested. He has been a sober, honest, and genial young man, incapable of wrong. Yet he is in prison. Why? The imagination is stirred. People begin to talk. Young Pavel Vlasov has spoken to the gendarmerie officer as to an equal. Young Pavel Vlasov is only an ordinary. 286. Working man well known in the suburb. Where did he get his asterisk nerve? People discuss the absorbing news in the shop, at the bar, on the benches in front of their cabins. A proclamation commenting on the arrests is read with avidity. The action temporarily eliminating a number of revolutionary agitators becomes in itself a source of lively agitation. Thus nothing is lost in the life of a fighter for freedom. They all know that sooner or later they will have to pay their toll of prison months or years, but this is part of their program. The average duration of a revolutionist's activities between one arrest and another is perhaps only half a year. The more reason they have to expound their energies in those brief intervals. The unrest in the suburb is growing. There is already a periodical paper published in the city, where all the news from the various factories is given a prominent place. People become accustomed to looking upon the paper as expressing their own needs. Soon an occasion presents itself for the leader of the revolutionary circle to step forth and openly defend the interests of his comrades. The factory administration has decided to deduct 1% from the workingmen's wages to form a fund to be used for the draining of the nearby swamp. The administration claims that the draining of the swamp, being advantageous for the workmen's health, has to be paid for out of their wages. The workmen are enraged. They know well that the swamp is only a pretext for cutting their earnings. A crowd gathers on the factory grounds. Pavel Vlasov is the leader. Pavel Vlasov speaks to the general manager in the name of the crowd. He makes his first public address. Pavel Vlasov, the stern revolutionist, is recognized as representative of his fellow workers. The workers go on strike. Old Sizov, one of the crowd, voices the general sentiment when he says, "It's time for us old folks to rest in the cemetery." The suburb 287 new generation is coming. What was our life? On our knees we crawled, low to the ground we bowed. Now look at the youngsters. I can say only this, either they've come to their senses or they are making still worse blunders. Look at the youngsters talking to the manager as to their equal. Pavel goes to prison. Everybody in the suburb knows he has been locked up for defending the cause of the people. This fact has a greater influence on the average mind than the hottest revolutionary oration. Asterisk, don't you be out of heart, an ignorant woman says to Pavel's mother. Asterisk, there's nothing wrong about it. In former years people went to jail for stealing, now they take them for telling the truth. Your Pavel may have said one thing or the other in an improper way, but he stood up for all, and people know who's good. Events take their natural course. Pavel is in prison, but the propaganda is conducted on an ever broader scale. Pavel himself does not waste his time behind the iron bars, he studies diligently and makes his fellow prisoners read and think. Thus they use the involuntary intermission in their activities to equip themselves with more ammunition for the coming battles. In fact, the prison has become a vital part of the revolutionary organization. There is a steady current of people moving from the suburb to the prison, from the prison back to the suburb, or to another industrial center where the face of a certain individual revolutionist is not yet known to the detectives. The Revolutionary Party is the connecting link between the local circles, working out slogans, outlining general tactics, providing the circles with literature and regulating the exchange of revolutionary agents between one town and another. The machinery is hard at work, yet it must be noted, and this is the most remarkable sign of the times, that the revolutionary effect is incomparably larger than the revolutionary activity. Pavel's circle has no means of 288 reaching everyone in the suburb. It has no great orators, it can call no public meetings, it has to do its work in the dark, against the constant vigilance of Secret Service men, it is comparatively slight in numbers. Still, the revolutionary spirit creeps from house to house, from individual to individual. People are proud to become at least sympathizers of those daring revolutionists. Sometimes men are not even conscious of the fact that they have become imbued with the new spirit, as is, for instance, the case with an old, ordinary working man who is anxious to know whether his son behaves in prison, whether he does not squeal. Little by little the suburb undergoes a remarkable change. It grows to look upon itself as a separate world, hostile to the government and to the existing order. Its conceptions are still primitive, its understanding of events quite obscure, yet the revolutionary slogans of unity, of one for all for one, of struggle against exploitation and its sponsor, the government, and of brotherhood of all the workers the world over, have sunk deep into their souls. They have learned to know that they have nothing to lose but their chains, and that in their strength is their only salvation. There is the spirit of religious ardor and religious devotion in the movement of the suburb. Men do not fight only for 1% of their wages. Men do not fight only for the freedom of organizing a trade union. Men do not even fight for a representative government. Men, young and old, have become obsessed by a holy spirit of self-sacrifice for some great radiant God whose name they do not know, whose breath, however, they feel in their throbbing hearts. Men are groping toward a vast luminous life of beauty, of truth, and of good which they cannot even picture in their minds. Freedom is more than removal of police restrictions, it is the upward striving of human souls. The 1st of May comes. On this day the revolutionary, the suburb 289 workingmen, for the first time in the history of their town, will raise the red flag in the street, openly and freely, in the face of all the forces of evil. Pavel, now out of prison, decides to carry the flag himself, in the first rank of the first revolutionary procession. His comrades, aware of the peril he is exposing himself to, implore him to stay away. He is needed, they urge, for the most vital work of the organization, they cannot afford to sacrifice him in this manner. Yet Pavel is implacable. It is not only his duty, it is his great joy. I am not doing it for the comrades, he says, am doing it for myself, This moment of sublime happiness is the reward for all his work. The moment arrives. Pavel is in the liveliest part of the suburb, in front of the church. He is surrounded by a dense crowd of his comrades. Large throngs of people have gathered in the place, some curious to see the unusual sight, some sympathetic. Papa's voice rings. Brothers, he says, the time has come for us to forswear this life that is full of greed, rancor, and darkness, this life where people are violated, where there is no place for us, where we are not considered as human beings. He stops, the people are silent, the crowd closes more densely around him. His eyes are proud, daring, luminous. Comrades, we have decided to declare openly who we are. We raise our banner today, the banner of reason, truth, and freedom. And there is the shiver of religious ecstasy in the crowd, there is the touch of divine fingers on the strings of every heart when the white, slender flagpole flashes in the air and the red, magnificent banner unfurls over the heads of the workingmen. Long live the working people! Long live the Social Democratic Labour Party! Long live the working people of all the world! The demonstrators shout. No. This is not a mere political demonstration. Andrei. 290. Pavel's friend, is right when he speaks to the crowd in a singing, beautiful tone, comrades, we are now in a holy procession in the name of a new God, the God of light and truth, the God of reason and good. Our road is long and hard, our goal is far away, the crown of thorns is near. Whoever does not believe in the power of truth, whoever is not brave enough to stand up for it even unto death, whoever does not believe in himself through fear of suffering, let him stay away. We call upon those who believe in our triumph. Forward, comrades, close your lines. Long live the holiday of free men. Eyes blaze, lips quiver in deep emotion, breasts heave. The crowd has become one person, with one radiant soul. The police will soon arrive. The marchers will be met by detachments of soldiers in order of battle. Drums will sound. Bayonets will be pointed at the breasts of the ranks. They will not hesitate. Louder and louder will sound the hymn of freedom. Deeper and deeper will sink into each heart the gospel of truth and love. There is a skirmish. Pavel and many others are seized. The crowd is dispersed. The banner is torn to pieces. Brutal force is triumphant once more. But the suburb does not think itself defeated. The suburb has had a lesson. The factory workers who in the morning had refused to go on strike, now quit work to join the holiday of free men. The majority of them may not be able to explain the significance of a May Day demonstration, yet they join the more enlightened as if driven by some instinct. Once more Pavel Vlasov is in prison. This time they are going to try him in court. He knows he will be sent to Siberia for life, but he knows also, and his comrades know, that he will escape from there to join his organization, to fall again and again into the hands of the enemies and escape at the first opportunity. His comrades suggest that he flee from prison, but Pavel wishes to face trial, he wishes to speak the truth in the suburb. 291. The courthouse, to judge his judges / to give a clear presentation of his views and aspirations. A speech of this kind can have a tremendous influence on the minds of the workingmen, and Pavel is not a man to miss the occasion. He makes his speech, and the secret press carries it all over the country. The trial does not fail to serve the cause of the revolution. Everything serves the cause of the revolution. A labor strike has been suppressed by the authorities, it sets people thinking. A revolutionist has died and the police cut off the red ribbons his comrades have attached to the wreath of flowers, it only shows the meanness of a government which wreaks vengeance even on the dead. A collision between revolutionists and policemen has occurred at the funeral of the comrade, it only adds to the agitation. The inhabitants of the suburb, who in former years were dull, gloomy slaves, lazy in mind, patient in work, irritable without reason, morose with their families and brutally drunk on holidays, now breathe a new life. They have found a way out of their misery. They have discovered the source of all their suffering. They are a warring camp in the struggle against a cunning foe. Ever broader the waves of emotion spread. The suburb now extends its net over the village, supplying mujiks with agitators and leaflets. The silent patience of the people disappeared, the author says, a tense expectation took its place. The irritation grew perceptibly, harsh words were uttered, something new, something stimulating was in the air. And who started all this vast commotion? A small circle of workingmen assembling every Saturday to listen to the readings of a young, slender girl belonging to the intellectual classes. Such were the tokens of the new times. Chapter XXVN. The elite of the working class. The mother heroine, Pelagea Vlasov, the central figure of Gorky's mother, though quite plausible, was not a typical case in the Russian Revolution. As to the other revolutionary characters in this story, they are taken from actual life and are well known to anyone who came in touch with the revolutionary movement. Pavel Vlasov is the typical conspirator. His entire life is one straight line of duty. He is able to compromise neither in private nor in public matters. When a lad of 16 or 17 he informed his mother of his revolutionary intentions. I am reading forbidden books, he said. They are forbidden because they tell the truth about the life of the workingman. They are being secretly printed, and if caught with them, I shall have to go to prison. Pavel Vlasov knows that his mother will suffer, but he deems it his duty to speak frankly. She must face the facts, the sooner the better. I wish to know the truth, he says to her, and once the truth is found he becomes its faithful knight for life. In his early youth he hated all human beings. Prior to becoming familiar with revolutionary ideas he frequently had spells of grave melancholy. In his factory he worked steadily and accurately, but in his free hours he was downcast and gloomy. It's intolerable, they are all like so many machines, he used to say to his mother, and his steady, blue eyes had a haunted look. From the moment he became converted to the gospel of revolution, his attitude towards people changed. He pities instead of hating them. They are to him like foolish children groping in the dark while broad, white-lit vistas are open. 292. The Philite of the working class. 293. Before them. He no longer despises his fellow human beings, but there is in him a subconscious feeling of his own superiority. He is the chosen one. He is the priest of the holy truth. A certain aloofness marks his attitude towards the rest of humanity. He is cool. He never smiles. He never reads poetry. On the wall of his room there is a picture of Christ and among his books there is the Bible, both symbols of self-sacrifice in the name of a great truth. Pavel knows he is destined to carry a heavy cross up a steep mountain. Christ will be his shining example. He looks older than his age. He is very judicious. People come to him to ask his advice, and he listens calmly, his mind alert, his attention noticing every detail. When he speaks, his judgment is ripe, his suggestions are well-founded, and he always finds a way to link the particular with the general, to illumine the case with the light of a broad conception. Pavel Vlasov is a believer in reason. Let the people understand. Is his slogan. His way of influencing human beings is the way of conviction. His speech is clear and reserved, his sentences short, his voice seldom aglow with emotion. You speak well, a friend tells him after his first public speech, but you do not appeal to the heart. One ought to throw the spark deep into human hearts. Reason alone won't do. Pavel is sorry he cannot show people the truth in all her radiant colors as he sees her himself, but he has no other way than that of reason. Pavel is an ascetic. He finds no pleasure in ordinary distractions. His thoughts and dreams and ambitions are all centered in the revolutionary work. From his mother he demands a suppression of all her motherly grief and sorrow. When he informs her of his decision to carry the flag on the May Day demonstration, he is cool and very austere. His mother does not object, but he feels she is deeply wounded, and this he fails to understand. 294. You must not grieve, he says, you must be happy. The time will come when mothers will joyfully send their sons to death. He himself finds it only natural when his mother begins to help the revolutionary movement. He does not think of the dangers she is exposed to. Everybody must serve the people's cause. Prison and exile are only part of the service. Pavel Vlasov loves a girl, a member of the revolutionary organization, yet he never speaks to her of his emotions and he suppresses his love as something to be ashamed of. The girl loves him, too, but they do not marry. Family life diminishes the energy of the revolutionist, a comrade explains to Vlasov's mother. Family life means children, greater needs, lots of work to make a living, while the revolutionist ought to develop his energy ever deeper and broader. This requires time. We workingmen ought to be always in the first ranks, ahead of all, because we are destined to destroy the old world and to create a new life. If we lag behind, overcome by fatigue or distracted by the possibility of a trifling conquest, we are doing wrong, we are almost traitors. Pavel Vlasov is not a man to be blamed for lagging behind and becoming almost a traitor. Pavel Vlasov is merciless to himself and to others. He hates cowards. He hates self-deception. He wants every member of his organization to face danger squarely and unflinchingly. He wants his comrades to expect the worst. You may be shot if the authorities find you out, he calmly says to a young man who intends to conduct revolutionary propaganda among the soldiers. By no means does he wish to make the task of a revolutionist appear more agreeable, more cheerful. Pavel Vlasov is a man of iron. He is born to be a leader. Consciously and deliberately he extinguishes many a light in his soul lest it illuminate regions foreign to his task. By sheer willpower he compresses himself ever more till he resembles a strong steel spring, ready. The fiute of the working class 295 to expand with tremendous power. His energy is of the kind that is compelling. People must follow Vlasov because he is a master. Deep under the cover of sternness and restraint there is in Vlasov a lucid source of tenderness and affection for his mother, his beloved, his friends. These feelings, however, express themselves only in a casual glance, in a softer timbre of the voice, in a caressing word. Pavel Vlasov is afraid to be affectionate. It seems as if his life mate, the revolution, were jealous of every grain of energy devoted to others. Straight, silent, almost impersonal, almost a hermit for the rest of the world, Pavel Vlasov, the knight of the holy truth, will follow his difficult road. He will not groan when poisonous thorns sink into his flesh. He will not complain when his soul writhes with mortal pain. When the hour strikes, he will give away his life, quiet and restrained till the last breath, as behooves a man who gives light to those in the dark. Just the opposite is his friend, Andrei Nachodka. Though older than Pavel and more experienced, he looks younger. He is tall and rather heavy, and there is something childish in his appearance. He has a remarkable capacity for making friends. Everybody feels at ease with him. After a short talk one has the impression of having known him for years. Andrei is very clever, very observant, very striking in his remarks, yet he hurts nobody. His sense of humor is of a smiling good-natured character. He is genial, cheerful, talkative, seemingly superficial, in reality deeply stirred by the processes of life. Andrei Nachodka is a poet. He sees visions. His very participation in the revolutionary movement is due, perhaps, to his longing for beauty in human relations. The revolutionary movement itself seems to him the incarnation of ideal beauty. At times I have wonderful feelings, he says. Everywhere men seem to be calm. 296. Raids, all lit with the same fire, all happy, good, cheerful, understanding each other at a glance, having no desire to hurt anybody. Men seem to be one great chorus, each heart singing its own song, all songs flowing into a great, beautiful river which rolls majestically towards the ocean of sun-kissed joys, the ocean of a new life. Andrei Nachodka is never depressed. It seems as if nothing can cloud his serene mood. He takes all the inconveniences of his occupation with a hearty smile. He wanders from town to town as if for his own pleasure. He feels a citizen of the labor world, quite comfortable wherever he happens to stay. He gives the impression of being incapable of feeling pain. Yet his heart is full of pain for others, for the world. He feels the grief of all the mothers whose sons have gone on the perilous road of revolt. He feels the aching of his comrades' hearts when they tear themselves away from what is dearest to them. He has a violent clash with Pavel Vlasov for being too rigid with his poor old mother. He calls it conceit and self-indulgence, though he sees very well his comrade's side. He is tender and sensitive and delicate and pure. It is the great tragedy of his life that instead of loving he is compelled to hate. Instead of admiring beauty and caressing the sprouting buds of life, he must fight bloody battles abhorrent to his nature. Yet he does not shirk. What can you do? He says. You must hate men in order to hasten the coming of a time when you will be able to admire men. We must destroy those who are in the way of life, who sell men for money to acquire respect and comfort. If Judas blocks the road of honest men ready to betray them, I should be a Judas myself not to crush him. At times I am compelled to resort to the enemy's weapon. Is it my fault? Is it a sin? They kill scores of us, hundreds of us. This gives me a right to raise my hand and strike one of the enemy's heads, the man who approaches me nearest or is most in the pound lite of the working class 297 jurious to the work of my life. This is logical. If necessary, I shall tear my own heart from my breast and trample it with my feet. Andrei Nachodka meets the local spy, who is thoroughly familiar with the life of the suburb and therefore very dangerous to the organization. The spy tries to induce him to become an agent of law and order. Andrei is so outraged that he slaps the man in his face. Walking away, he hears one of his comrades attacking the spy. He knows that the work of death is being done behind his back. He is appalled, yet he does not turn to stop the assassin. For a long time he has a nauseating feeling, as if he himself had done the ugly thing. Pavel does not understand his disgust. Why, you haven't killed him, he says, and if? What would it matter? But Andrei is all astir. Brother, he says, it was a man anyway. It was a human being. It is loathsome to know that a man is being killed and not to interfere. This is perhaps the most hateful cowardice. Yet when the ordeal by fire comes and Andrei faces the necessity of using a club, he will do it. He will weed the fields of life that the new crops may freely grow. In the midst of the ugly present, in the din and crash and turmoil of a dreary world, he feels the growth of a big heart. A new heart is growing, mother dear, he says to Vlasov's mother, a new heart is throbbing in the body of life. All hearts have been rent by malevolence, gnawed by greed, bitten by envy, all are torn, wounded, oozing filth, falsehood, cowardice. All men are sick, afraid of life, walking as in a fog, knowing each his own pain. But here a man comes illuminating life with the blaze of reason, calling, shouting, oh, you straying creatures! The time has come for you to know that the interests of all are the same, that all ought to live, all wish to grow. He is alone, the man who calls, he must strain his voice to be heard, he needs friends. 298. He feels lonesome, dreary, and cold. But at the sound of his voice what is healthy in all hearts unites, all hearts join each other and form one heart, strong, deep, sensitive, as a great silver bell. And hark! The bell rings forth, peoples of all the world unite into one family. Love, not hatred, is the mother of life. Brothers, I hear this bell ringing in the world. Under the accompaniment of the great silver bell, a man like Andrei can smilingly endure all the tortures of life. And he, not his friend Pavel, is destined to throw the spark deep into human hearts. Pavel and Andrei are the aristocrats of the suburb, the elite of the labor movement. Their comrade Nicholas is of the rank and file. Nicholas Vysovtchikov has no talents, he is neither a good organizer nor a good speaker, nor has he a vivid imagination. What makes him strong and keeps him upright is hatred, venomous, irritable hatred. His furious mood is due, perhaps, to the fact that his father is the well-known thief of the suburb, perhaps it is his ungainly appearance, his pockmarked face, his awkward figure that have made him a lonely, sullen creature, ready to sneer at people. Nobody loves him, and he loves nobody, and it seems that he has joined the organization out of sheer despair. His first years in the organization are marked with hatred only. When the house of Pavel is being searched in his presence, he is the only one who is impertinent to the gendarmerie officer. Don't you know who are the rascals spreading criminal proclamations in the factory? The officer asks Andrei, and before the latter has time to answer, Nicholas grumbles from his corner, "This is the first time we've seen rascals here." The officer is infuriated. Nicholas goes to prison. In the cell he is impertinent to the guards and the warden. His friend Pavel tries to assuage him, but he cannot master his temper. "They are poisonous scabs," he says, "they must be destroyed. The pound light of the working class." 299. Out of prison, he is still gloomier. "I think some people must be killed," he declares once to Andrei. "What for?" Andrei queries. "In order that they may not exist." "Have you a right to make corpses out of living human beings?" Andrei jokingly asks. "Yes. I have a mandate from the people," Nicholas replies. "People are my enemies," he continues by way of explanation. "If they kick me, I have a right to hit them, to smash their muzzles, their hideous eyes. I hate them, and I won't let them live." Nicholas is suspicious. Not even his friends does he trust. "You don't treat me as an equal," he says to Andrei. "You and Pavel are the clever ones, to you I am not the same as the other comrades. You keep me at a distance." His mistrust is only an expression of his disgust with himself. "I have a bad face," he says, scrutinizing his reflection in the mirror. "What does your face matter?" Andrei replies. "Why," Nicholas says, Sahenka told us that the face is the mirror of the soul." Andrei tries to make a joke of it, but Nicholas is unhappy. He knows that he is obnoxious to his acquaintances, owing to his surliness, yet this only makes him more unhappy. Nicholas is impatient in revolutionary affairs. He wants everything to be done immediately. "I can't wait," he says, "it's too long." He wishes to go and overthrow things right away. He wants to fight. He would like to kill and burn. He is not satisfied with his friend's explanation that the established order is to be blamed. He wants to find a guilty person, the most guilty of all, and to do away with him. He is like an overheated stove, Pavel's mother remarks, he burns but he doesn't warm. After his second imprisonment, however, from which he escaped by mere chance, a great change comes over 300. Him. He has not wasted his time in prison. He has studied much and thought much. He has communicated with his fellow prisoners, better educated, more experienced and having a better understanding of life than he. He has been compelled to work over himself. Perhaps the prison is the first place where he has come into close touch with people. And he has learned that there are beautiful, unselfish, and sincere men and women in the world. After his escape he is much softer, friendlier, more comradely than before. His fondness for the revolutionary organization has increased. He becomes a typesetter in a secret press and is happy to serve the great cause. Prison has made him a useful member of the revolutionary organization. A gallery of revolutionary workingmen is presented in R. Grigoriev's story, Fading Away, which deals with the revolutionary labor movement at the time of the Second Duma. The most conspicuous figure is Sergei Petrov. His road to revolutionary prominence has been easy. A graduate of a public school in Petersburg, he has early taken a fancy to reading. Incidentally, he has come across the Marxist literature, which he has studied alone, without aid. It has induced him to join the revolutionary organization. A good orator, a strong opponent at open debates, and a good organizer, he soon becomes known in revolutionary Petersburg. He addresses gatherings not only of workingmen, but also of intellectuals. In his speech and carriage he hardly differs from a poor student or a teacher, yet he is always aware of the fact that he is not an intellectual, and he makes the intellectuals feel he is aware of it. He is not quite himself in the society of educated men. This attitude he shares with many a working man who, meeting the intellectuals on a seemingly equal footing in the labor organization, privately, however, cannot forgive them their gentle. The elite of the working class. 301. Manly descent and gentlemanly mode of living. This attitude towards the intellectuals was widespread and painful, and it sometimes became harmful to the very progress of the organization. Its roots were many. On one side, the working man was taught that all men are born equal and was at least sure that inside of the revolutionary organization there could exist no inequality whatsoever. On the other hand, he saw comrades who, earning perhaps no more than an average skilled laborer, managed to live a life far more beautiful and comfortable than a regular proletarian. On one side he was taught that the working class was the real power, the great creator of a new life, while the intellectuals were a negligible group, a passing category in the historical process. On the other hand, he saw the intellectuals occupying the most prominent places in the revolutionary organization, enjoying recognition and actually leading the entire movement by mere power of intellect and knowledge. This hurt. It hurt the more, the higher the working man climbed on the ladder of mental development. Besides this aching attitude towards the intellectuals, Sergei Petrov has another source of suffering, his fits of drinking. He is not a drunkard in the ordinary sense of the word, only once in several months he gets a spell which lasts a week or more. During the spell he never sobers up, he sells everything he can lay hands on to get more whiskey, he acts all the time like a delirious person, till one morning he wakes up with a terrific headache and a mental nausea. This drinking disease goes very badly with the work of a revolutionist in a responsible position. Petrov knows it and he struggles hard against his fatal inclination, but time and again he is overcome by a power stronger than his will, and he finds himself alone in his room facing a big bottle of whiskey. In his revolutionary work Sergei Petrov is strong, devoted, uncompromising. The activities of an agitator and an orator never satisfied him, the author says. 302. Real work he deemed only the slow and troublesome work of an organizer. When he saw the brittle, formless human material hardening and taking shape under his fingers, when he felt the mass of the working people crystallizing around himself hard and firm, he experienced the real joy and satisfaction of a creative process. It is a hard time in which Petrov lives. The first Duma has been dissolved, the second Duma is doomed to death. The labor organizations are falling to pieces. Petrov has not lost his faith in the revolution, he still hopes a new wave is coming. In his dark hours he loves to resort to visions of the future which he sees in his imagination. He sees the future life in himself and around himself with indisputable clearness, not as a miracle, but as a natural consequence of natural causes, but times are becoming harder and harder. Petrov cannot conceive it. He cannot admit defeat. He cannot even think of a compromise. We must fight, he says to a friend, we must feel that we are crushing, strangling them, or we are not worth anything. Petrov holds his head high, but tempests are raging within him. The dissolution of the Duma is at hand. Petrov calls a private meeting of the proletarian members of the Revolutionary Committee, avoiding the intellectuals. He puts before them the question, what shall be done in case the Duma is dissolved? One of the workingmen says, "I am afraid no collective protest is possible. The masses are tired, downcast, no slogans can be voiced in advance." Petrov is upset. "Why are you so afraid?" he exclaims. "Why are you always seeing black? Before the Duma convened you prophesied the Black Hundred peril, in the time of elections you predicted our defeat. Now that the proletariat follows with absorbing interest the fight of our representatives in the Duma, you speak of fatigue, of depression. You judge by the fact that the elite of the working class. 303. The workingmen are slow in frequenting our circles, but who are now the instructors of the circles? The intellectuals are deserting the organization, and our own folk are unable to put two words together. Oh, Sergei. The man replies. You don't see the facts. Our people have taken to drinking again. In Peskovka the women have become infuriated, they have declared a strike, they do not want to have secret meetings in their houses. Loads of people are being arrested, exiled, loads are being discharged. Life has become unbearable. Our people, the old guard, are nearly all gone, the young ones do not believe in the cause, it is difficult to start in such times. No. Petrov vigorously protests, it is not they who lack faith, it is you. It is not true. It is a calumny that you invent on the working class. I thought that only the intellectuals turned their backs upon the work, now I see that you, the cream of the working population, are no better. You are walking around with sour faces, you doom every enterprise to failure by your downheartedness, you influence the mood of the masses. Where are our workingmen? You say they left us. Yes, but this does not mean they left the movement. They simply turned their backs upon our weakened, crumbling organization. What is to be done, then? We must speak to them directly, avoiding the organization, avoiding you. Petrov's lips quiver. He feels some untruth in the words of his comrades, but an unspeakable fear befalls him. Something horrifying is going on. Whatever has happened, he has been used to put the blame on the organization, not on the working class. Now he is compelled to doubt the foundation of his creed, the readiness of the working masses to fight. He cannot digest this new revelation, the author says. In his own blood, in his strong muscles he felt a spirited vigor, a steadfast aptitude for action. He never distinguished between his 304 fighters and dreamers' own mental processes and those of the proletariat, being in the habit of using "we wish" instead of "I wish." How was it possible that they were fatigued while he was ready for a decisive combat? Wait a little. He shouted. Who are you, then? Who am I? You, Kalyanov, aren't you strong, forceful, active? Would you desert our cause? Would you resign? And you, Kyryusha, are you really tired? Don't you like our strife anymore? And you, Kleshch? You are laughing at me. Is it not strange that I come to you with such questions? I know you are a fiery fellow, Kleshch, you would not be able to live without passionate work. Who is tired, then? Aren't they the same men as we are? Am I becoming insane, perhaps? Events prove that his comrades are right. The Duma is soon dissolved. Nothing follows. The workingmen are silent. Petrov, in spite of former bitter apprehensions, is unable to reconcile himself with the facts. He continues waiting for revolts. And though he admits to Kalyanov on the third day after the dissolution of the Duma that the working class is beaten, he does not believe it, secretly expecting protests from the ranks of those who have never come in contact with the organization. On the fifth day he gives up hope, and pretending to be ill, shuts himself in his house. Days and nights he lies on his bed, face turned to the wall, trying to understand what has happened. The organization in the meantime is rapidly disappearing. The intellectuals are quitting their work, the masses are not responding to the calls of those who remain. Meetings formerly frequented by several hundred hardly attract a dozen. Nobody is to be blamed, but the revolutionary forces are shrinking deplorably. When Petrov finally comes out of his room, he is a changed man. He has no desire to meet comrades. The poundlight of the working class 305 has no interest in life. The administration of his factory discharges him, he has no means of subsistence, but somehow he is indifferent to it. He is indifferent to everything. Not even drinking attracts him any longer. There is no reason for resisting temptation, and temptation has lost its effect. He goes to a saloon and pours down his throat one glass after another, without sense of taste or of smell. He hopes for relief, but the gloom bites deeper into his soul, everything becomes colorless and confused, and no joy and no boisterous feeling of freedom is born from the burning liquid. Sometimes a fresh fit of energy comes over him. He runs to a comrade, decides to call a mass meeting, chooses a topic which would appeal to the masses. At such times he is the old strong and restless Petrov. But then comes the evening. The meeting place is empty. All hopes fade again, and Petrov is face to face with deadly anguish. A few weeks later Petrov makes an attempt on the life of a police officer and is caught. Evidently, this is only a way of committing suicide. Petrov is tried, sentenced to death, and soon executed. The cause of the revolution was seemingly lost. It is interesting, however, to notice, that fading away does not end in a minor key. 2 or 3 years pass after 1907. An intellectual of the good old times happens to be at a concert for the benefit of a workmen's organization. She recognizes one of the rank and file of former years and is surprised to notice the new tone of self-confidence and the fresh combative spirit in this representative of the masses. Why recollect the past? She says. Aren't we all beaten? What is the use of talking? Oh, no, the working man eagerly interrupts her. You are mistaken, comrade. We are not beaten at all. You went away from us. We, however, continued growing. During those hard years a new intellectual force has 306 arisen among us. We are going to have our own proletarian leaders. Don't you feel that the hardest times are over? What a youth has sprung up among the working people. This was written in 1913. At that time new waves of revolutionary movement were already sweeping the capital of Russia. A new era was coming. Chapter XXVIII. In search of immaterial values. The Russian intellectual sought in the revolution neither land, like the peasant, nor bread and culture, like the working man. The Russian intellectual had enough opportunities of earning a living even under the autocratic regime, and as to social distinction and recognition, he enjoyed it in a far greater measure than did his colleagues in the more progressive countries where the differences between the educated and non-educated classes were less marked. What the intellectuals really needed as a social group was political freedom, giving intelligence and knowledge a share in the ruling of the nation. From the standpoint of group interests, the intellectuals in Russia ought to have formed a purely political party aiming solely at the overthrow of the absolutist order. Yet they were well enough acquainted with the history of revolutions to know that a party of this kind consisting of intellectuals only, would be powerless to change the existing order. The Zemstvo organization represented a semblance of an intellectuals' party, but it was moderate, even timid in the absence of a strong revolutionary movement, and could cherish no hope of ever reconstructing Russia without the aid of the masses. The liberation of Russia must come from the ranks of the people. This was the creed of the intellectuals for generations and generations. Hence the great yearning for mass action. Hence the odd fact that in 1881 the intellectuals of the party Land and Freedom, whose members had assassinated Tsar Alexander II, hailed the first pogroms in southern Russia as a sign of the awakening of the masses against those whom they 307. 308 considered their oppressors. Hence all the attempts of the intellectuals to carry the revolutionary propaganda to the workingmen and the peasants. When the revolution approached, the intellectuals found themselves affiliated with either the workmen or the peasants. In the first case they demanded an 8-hour workday, social insurance, freedom of labor unions, and, as a guarantee for those reforms, political freedom. In the second case they demanded socialization or municipalization of the land, and, as a way of achieving these reforms, they called for a political revolution. In the first case they took the standpoint of the working class, in the second they took the standpoint of the peasants, as this attitude was called in the revolutionary jargon. In either case they demanded things they did not need themselves. Leading the masses into revolutionary battles, they knew the fruits of victory would be for themselves of only indirect value. This gives a clue to the difference between the two major forces of the revolution, the workingmen and peasants on one side, the intellectuals on the other. It was not only a difference of education or modes of living. It was a fundamental difference in the attitude towards the revolution. It was a difference of psychological keys. The workingmen and peasants sought in the revolution a realization of their class interests, which meant primarily material gain. The intellectuals sought in the revolution a realization of political freedom, which meant primarily immaterial values. The workingmen and peasants strove to shatter the chains of physical bondage. The intellectuals strove to free the human soul. The attitude of the workingmen and peasants towards the revolution was a direct one. Thought and action. In * this aberration of political vision was very brief and of no injurious consequences. It is cited here only to illustrate the passionate longing of revolutionary intellectuals for the awakening of the mute masses to any action whatever. In search of immaterial values 309 were inseparable with them. In their actions they knew no doubt and no circumspection. Their understanding of the revolution, not excluding the more enlightened among them, was simple, even primitive. Everything was clear and plain to them. They knew no sophistication. They were quite themselves on all the stages of the movement. The attitude of the intellectuals towards the revolution was a resultant of many lines of will and thought and emotion. The intellectual felt the call of the revolution as a categorical imperative of his immortal soul, and at the same time he was keenly aware of the fact that he was sacrificing himself for a high human ideal. The intellectual came into the revolution with a deep longing for the realization of the true, the beautiful, and the good. The intellectuals brought into the revolution all the philosophical groupings of a never-satisfied mind, all the religious aspirations of a people afflicted with a passionate longing for their God, all the doubts and queries and joys and desperations of a soul entangled in the problems of life and death, all the gamut of pains and delights of a deeply sincere heart vacillating between the twilight of security and the fierce blaze of danger, all the songs and vibrations and cravings of human emotions leading from nowhere to a land resplendent with the brightest colors in the human imagination. There were intellectuals who came into the revolution because they had a strong sense of social justice, and there were intellectuals who joined the battle because it seemed cowardly to stay away when the others were sacrificing the prime of their lives. There were intellectuals who were drawn into the organization by a vision of beauty in human relations, and there were intellectuals who were driven into the ranks by the emptiness of their private lives. Some went into the revolution out of youthful daring, some out of despair, some out of strength, others out of weakness, some were creating a new world in the processes of fighting, some were 3. Hiding from themselves. In general, the intellectual revolutionists were under fire as individuals, each prevailed upon by his own spiritual motives, altogether creating a new political order which to them was only the shell of what they were seeking. It is quite obvious that the intellectual was an extremely complicated phenomenon, and that it is harder to define the type of the intellectual revolutionist than any other. The most conspicuous difference between the working man and the intellectual is that the former takes the revolutionary movement for granted, while the other reflects. The former is all volition, the latter is often meditative. The former finds himself in active concert with his fellow workingmen as a single instrument finds its place in the totality of an orchestra, the latter gropes for himself in himself. Hence the varied dramas of the soul of the intellectual revolutionist. Why fight? A young revolutionary student asks himself in a story by V. Dmitrieva, Cloudlets, and he answers, it is the same as draining a swamp which poisons the air of your house. Imagine in the vicinity of my house a vast suppurating malodorous bog. It poisons the air I breathe and impairs my comfort. Will you laugh at me if I start to drain it and plant it with flowers? Of course not, his friend replies. In order to accomplish it I shall have to dig canals, to stand knee-deep in fetid water, to suffer the bites of mosquitoes, leeches, and other nasty creatures the swamp is bristling with. Will you for this call me an ascetic idealist? Will you say, what a fool why torture himself if he can easily shut the windows of his house with shutters so that the nuisance does not bother him? There is no asceticism in this action, he continues. You can easily shut the windows of your house, but the miasma will penetrate through the cracks in the shutters. In Search of Immaterial Values 311. A human being with sensitive nerves can never enjoy his comfort when the air around him is foul. This is perhaps the most primitive conception of the revolution in intellectual circles. The revolution is only a matter of comfort. Cannot enjoy life because other people are oppressed. Cannot eat my meal while the swamp exhales an unhealthy odor. Therefore I have to stand the mosquito bites and the leeches, and clean the ground. Once the feat is accomplished I shall return to my table and eat my bread and butter comfortably. I expect that nothing will disturb me after that. It is a primitive conception, yet the psychological processes leading its adherents into the revolutionary fire are more complicated than those of Pavel Vlasov or Andrei Nachodka. After all, if the intellectual wishes, he can shut his windows and be safe. It is only a desire for harmony that urges him to go and fight revolutionary battles. In most of the cases the conceptions are finer and more subtle. V. Verasayev is the well-known Russian writer who devoted his charming talent to depicting the soul dramas of the intellectuals in the various stages of Russian social life. His stories give precious insights into the attitude of the intellectual towards the revolution. Here is a group of intellectuals about the beginning of the 20th century. Tokarev, an ex-revolutionist, not long ago returned from Siberian exile, Tanya, his sister, a young girl who has been studying in a college, but has left it for the sake of being *free, Varia, an assistant physician in a Zemstvo hospital, Sergei, her brother, a student. Of all this little circle, only Tokarev, a man over 30, begins to think of his material well-being. As to the others, they are totally indifferent to their career, their comfort, their physical surroundings. Every one of them has to do some work to earn a living, but this is some. 312. Thing external, it is an unavoidable evil. Why have you quit college? Tokarev asks his sister, whom he has not seen for some time. What do I need it for? Tanya replies. College is good only at the beginning, to get the proper connections. Once you have them, why stick to it? But college gives systematic knowledge. Tanya laughs mirthfully. No, it does not give systematic knowledge, it gives a diploma. I am not 16, I can acquire knowledge without the professor's pointer. Strange. You were a senior already. What harm would a diploma do you? Why not have it for cases of emergency in the future? Ah, how boresome it is to think of the future. I am not afraid of any future. I shall be able to live anyway, even without a diploma. And besides, didn't you leave your medical school a year before graduation? Tokarev is beaten with his own weapon. When he was younger he cared as little about external things as Tanya. What unites this circle is a profound interest in social problems. The latest convention of the German Social Democratic Party is for them a vital topic of conversation. The controversy between orthodox Marxism and revisionism absorbs them profoundly. They all believe in the coming revolution. They all consider it their duty to work for the revolution. And all of them are anxious to notice the first indications of a popular upheaval. Here they are walking in the fields, 7 or 8 intellectuals spending their summer vacation in the provincial town. A storm is gathering. Lightnings flash through the dark sky. Varia exclaims. I love the storm. How beautiful. It lifts me up. It is so resolute, indubitable, creative. Under the storm, no hesitation, no questioning seems to be possible. All that you do is good, necessary, just what you ought to do. In Search of Immaterial Values 313. And how wonderful it is to act, to have no reflections, as you are seized and carried forth by a great momentous power. Tanya remarks that times are stormy, but Varia disagrees. No, where is the storm? For a moment it seemed that something was happening. It turned out to be a mirage. Now everything is dark and gloomy again. Everything is shallow, drowsy, meek. The wave did not come, that great wave which uplifts men and makes them forget themselves, which strengthens the weak, which effaces doubts, which makes the spirit grow. The road was found, but it turned out to be a book road. A book road. Tanya exclaims. Are you blind? Don't you see what is going on? I am sure I see everything. There are faint beginnings, hints, not more. Do you remember Dostoevsky's remarks on the eternal wanderer, the Russian intellectual, and his drama? Not long ago it seemed as if the problem was finally solved, the wanderer stopped being a wanderer, a tremendous elementary power was rising from below to join hands with him. But has it happened? There is a difference, of course, times have changed, but the changes are only slight. Now, as before, we are kings in the realm of ideas and homeless wanderers in life. Young Sergei thinks it outrageous to be dependent upon a mysterious elementary power. He does not want to worship this crude God mass movement. He wants to rely upon himself and those who belong to his class. But the others reasonably argue that vanguards are good only when there are rear guards to back them up, and that a number of Sergeys would be unable to shatter the ancient walls. And so they discuss the eternal problems of the revolution, those 7 or 8 young men and women, who have happened to meet in a small provincial town during 314 fighters AKD dreamers their summer vacation. So they were discussing these problems all over Russia, hardly believing that the revolution was at hand, that the great elemental power was actually rising. It is almost pathetic to observe the circle of intellectuals in the company of a representative of the masses. Valuyev, an old acquaintance of Tokaryov's, a working man connected with revolutionary workmen circles, happens to stop for a day in the little town to meet his friend. There is nothing extraordinary about this new son of the people. He had been illiterate till 20, then he became interested in reading, then he became familiar with revolutionary ideas, which he understands very crudely. It seems that he is not doing any particular work for the revolution, he is just more enlightened than his fellow workingmen and has revolutionary connections. But how deeply he stirs the imagination of the intellectual circle. How attentively they listen to his utterances. How painstakingly they scrutinize his manners, his figure, his gestures, his hands. He comes to them from another planet, he brings to them a message of a new future, he is the token of a coming revolution. What he says, his negation of theory, the philosophy of selfishness he is preaching is not above platitude, but the young intellectuals are impressed, moved, overwhelmed. Asterisk a new man. A new psychology. Asterisk a new mental order. Asterisk when the wave becomes more perceptible, all these young men and women, with the exception, perhaps, of Tokaryov, will plunge into it with all the ardor and religious ecstasy of their souls. For the time being only Tanya is strongly attracted to the movement. She is the typical young revolutionary. She needs action. She abhors stagnation. She is ready to do any work, great or small, for the people. Before coming to the town she had helped famine-stricken peasants in one of the counties. She has spent there the last. In Search of Immaterial Values. 315. Penny of her slight allowance, she has given the last grain of her energy. Back in town, she has no money and no work, but she is indifferent to privation. It is not even asceticism, Tanya simply does not feel the lack of comfort. In decision and action she is like a flash. She believes in the near storm, she feels it with her sensitive nerves. Her soul is like a beautiful musical instrument with a multitude of fine strings. It responds to every call from the great realms of life. It sounds charming tones, full of harmonious hope. Life is a holiday for Tanya, her revolutionary work a holy sacrifice in the glorious temple of life. What she does is not dictated by duty. She does it because it gives her pleasure, because it is the highest realization of life. In her manners she is brusque, straightforward, nonchalant. This is due to her being too much absorbed in her thoughts, ideas, and plans, to care much for external things. She has an innate aversion to compromises, and a quiet, moderate, settled down life is unthinkable to her. Tanya cannot conceive of death. She does not feel it. I cannot reconcile myself with death, she says. To live, to act, to strive, to breathe, and all of a sudden to be interrupted when everything is so beautiful and absorbing. No, she has no place for death in her scheme of things. Tanya is one of those pioneers who went into the workmen quarters to spread the revolutionary ferment among the people. She does not wait for the masses to come to her. She does not theorize about the asterisk wave. She does not look for the initiative of an organization. She seizes every opportunity to get connected with the working people. She makes acquaintances in the streets or in the railway trains. She speaks to her new friends of her heart's desire, and her sincerity conquers, because it is the truth. Tanya is one of those 3i6 revolutionary personalities who cheered the stern revolutionary work by their genial smile, who made the prison walls appear brighter to her fellow prisoners by the carefree tone of her songs, who marched in the first ranks at open demonstrations to address words of fraternity to armed soldiers, and who, red flag in uplifted hands, encouraged her comrades to hold the barricades in the open street fight, till a bullet struck her young breast and she fell, mingling her red blood with the red of the revolutionary banner. In the autumn Tanya leaves for Petersburg. Her brother sees her to the train. On his way back he visualizes her face, mobile, energetic, with big and daring, almost challenging eyes. Strange, the author says, he knew very well she was going on a perilous road with no rest or comfort. Yet he felt no fear for her future, it seemed to him he would have no pity, either. On the contrary, he experienced a burning envy at her greed for life and fearlessness in the face of life. Tokarev himself is a man who has lost not his creed, but his impulse for action. He is faithful to the ideas of his youth, he admires those who are capable of self-sacrifice, he thinks it the only worthy task in human life, but something is lacking in him. I am afraid to look into myself, he says. I feel something disappearing, something tremendously necessary, without which there is no life. The immediate feeling is waning, nothing can take its place. I am growing more indifferent towards nature. There is a wall rising between me and the rest of the people. Tokarev knows full well that this is moral death, but he is unable to oppose it. It is as if a man knows he is becoming insane and has no power to stem the inevitable. Tokarev has not changed his ideas, but still he is offended by the manners and behavior of the younger generation. He is cooler. He is more tolerant. He can understand compromising. He admits the necessity of in search of immaterial values. 317. Choosing the lesser evil. He disagrees with young Sergei, who insists on an uncompromising policy, who declares that honest people must prove by word and action that infamy is infamy, just as dishonest people prove that infamy is the noblest thing. No, Tokarev cannot accept this straight line of conduct. It seems to him the world could not exist under such rules. He argues, yet he cannot help thinking how much beauty and truth there is in the youthful daring. Tokarev believes in the revolution. But here he visits an old friend, a member of the Zemstvo, who leads the quiet, comfortable life of a landlord, and he envies the security and the ease of his existence. How good it is to live this way. He thinks. A beautiful wife, white and graceful. In summertime a country mansion with branching lime trees, with a white cloth over the table, with guests riding home in cabs through the darkness. In winter a cozy study, with green plants, Turkish divans, and a big desk. All this should be illuminated by broad social activities, absorbing all the abilities of a man, justifying his existence and at the same time demanding no great sacrifices. There is nothing unusual in such dreams in times of peace, yet they are incompatible with revolutionary activities. Tokarev knows it and feels the humiliation of his new inclinations, yet he cannot soar again. He knows he is doomed. He looks upon himself as upon a disease-stricken man who is rotting alive. Something had happened with his soul, the author says, something was crushed, forever. Contempt for danger was gone, carelessness for the future was gone. In front of him everything was dreary, cold, and turbid. He remembered his dreams of a mansion, of a comfortable life, and the idea was repulsive to him. Why? To live in the ordinary way, without a great task that gives life meaning and value? Ever more clearly he saw now that life without meaning and value was 3 possible, and that, once a value had been recognized, one should be able to sacrifice everything for it. If a man, however, combines the question of life's value with the question of a budget and a career, it is better that he should stop thinking of values. And Tokarev became ashamed of himself. Tokarev hates the young uncompromising Sergei as a sinner hates his conscience, yet he cannot stop discussing with him the problems of his own life. In a moment of frankness he says to him, listen. I am an ordinary man. I was destined to live quietly and humbly, not to mingle in things, to have no serious problems, to go on like everybody around me, earning money in one way or another, cursing the work which sustains me, propagating my kind and playing cards in the evening. But, you see, there is a time in the life of even the swampiest soul when it becomes transformed, it feels wings growing. Under favorable conditions its unclear yearnings shape themselves into a striving towards a definite ideal. Then the man goes to fight, to perish for his ideal, believing no life to be possible without a great aim and a great life's problem. But then a few years pass. The wings dry and fall down, the man shrivels. The cherished aims become strange and dead to him. This is the stage I am in now. But the trouble is that I have been poisoned by my past, I am frightened by the void I am facing, I cannot live without an aim or a meaning. My wings are gone, and I cannot lift myself above the swamp. What can give me power to lead a human life? Philosophy? Religion? My very soul is rolling out of me, can you understand it? My soul is rolling out? How can I retain it? This cry of agony was ringing for generations and generations in the night of Russian life. Human souls felt the necessity of action while circumstances doomed them to live in the morass. Human souls had visions of beautiful ideas while life was continually robbing them of the in search of immaterial values 319 willpower to fight for their ideals. This was the ordinary biography of a Russian intellectual, at 20, an ardent revolutionist, repudiating compromises, cherishing the most novel social ideals, at 25, a county physician, or a teacher, or an agriculturist, or a public service officer, trying to be progressive and human, and being handicapped at every step by the bureaucratic machinery and the indolence of so-called society*. At 30, a*, tired man, exhausted by the unequal struggle, disgusted by his failures. Gradually yielding to the habits of his surroundings, drinking whiskey and playing cards every evening out of sheer boresomeness, at 35, a moral wreck, assimilated by his environment beyond recognition, and yet knowing that he is a victim, feeling in his innermost being the call of beauty and truth, and longing for another life, full of storms and bright light. Russian literature presents a long series of biographies of this kind, from Goncharov's Oblomov to the Twilight People*. Of Chekhov. In a sense, Verzayev Tokarev is the last of his kind. Times did become stormy very soon, and most of the Tokaryovs were drawn into the revolutionary whirl. Yet even in the midst of the great struggle, holding responsible positions, leading and being led by the course of tremendous events, people of this kind remained essentially the same. The inheritance of generations of intellectuals weighed heavily on their shoulders. Tokaryov has no power to die. He tries it, but it disgusts him. Varia is stronger. She cannot even complain that her life is empty. She is an assistant physician in a hospital, devoted to her work, enjoying the love and gratitude of her patients and the recognition of the Zemstvo. In her work Varia knows no compromises. She is imperiling her life every day in her care for the sick peasants, and she does not think of it. She performs a splendidly heroic deed in entering the cell of a hydrophobic man to quench his thirst with a drink of beer. 320. Yet, when the Zemstvo resolves to express its gratitude for her conscientious and loving attitude towards the patients, she is upset. How can one thank a person for doing her duty? She indignantly exclaims. It is ridiculous. I am not working for the Zemstvo, and I am indifferent whether it approves or disapproves of my actions. Varia has every reason to be satisfied with her life. But she suffers from the same mental affliction as Tokaryov. Something is drying in me, she says to Tokaryov, just as a branch of a tree dries. The form, the outward appearance remain the same, nothing seems to have happened, yet the flexibility is gone, life is gone, the branch is dry to the core. So it is with me. Everything is the same, my views, my aims, my endeavors, but the spirit is gone. I have no desire to give myself entirely, restlessly, though I don't value my own life. It is not the fear of death that moves Varia, it is the lack of a keen, absorbing interest in life. Having realized this, Varia makes an end to her life. She purposely contracts a dreadful disease and dies quietly as she has lived. Had she endured a few years longer, she might have felt the throbbing of a new life in the country and experienced a resurrection. Or perhaps she would have sought in the revolution refuge from herself and carried the feeling of void with her into the very heart of the battle. The name of Varia's kind was Legion. Chapter XXIX. Professional Revolutionists. During his stay abroad, Andrei Bolotov experienced the anxiety of the head of a household who has intrusted it to strangers. The tremendous party, with branches all over Russia, with dynamite shops, secret presses, terrorist groups, territorial and provincial committees, peasants' brotherhoods, workmen's associations, students' circles, officers' and soldiers' unions, with its successes, defeats, strikes, demonstrations, intrigues and arrests, seemed to him to be a great complicated household demanding constant vigilance. He did not understand that his comrades also had an idea of the party as a prosperous household, belonging, however, not to Bolotov, but to each one of them. Had he understood this, he would not have changed. He would not have stopped feeling the only thing which gave him power to work and live illegally /i.e., to work and live without a family, without a home and to expect prison or death without fear. Only the deeply rooted conviction that the party was the mother of the revolution and that he, Andrei Bolotov, was the most faithful, most obedient, most valiant of its members, this conviction alone that without him, the household master, the party would fall to pieces and the household would become impoverished, gave him power to live the way he did. And, therefore, he had no rest, he experienced the uneasiness that is known to every head of a household. Thus Ropshin * in his story A Thing That Never Diamond Suit Ropshin is the literary name of Boris Savinkov, one-time head of the terrorist groups of the Social Revolutionary Party, then a writer of repute. In August, 1917, he became minister in the Kerensky cabinet. 321. 322. Happened, describes a type known in the revolutionary circles as a professional revolutionist. Andrei Bolotov is a nobleman, the son of a general, a man of high culture and education. But Andrei Bolotov never thinks of himself, never plans his own private life. Andrei Bolotov is an instrument of his party. He has identified himself wholly with the organization. The hard days when he had known the sensation of fear, had passed long ago, the author says. As a sailor gets used to the sea and does not think of being drowned, as a soldier gets used to war and does not think of being killed, as a physician gets used to typhoid fever or consumption and does not think of becoming infected, so Bolotov got used to his nameless life and did not think he could be hanged. Deep in his lulled soul, however, there lived a dark, uneasy feeling, such as never leaves the sailor, the physician, or the soldier. Obedient to the urge of this feeling, Bolotov unconsciously, out of mere boresome habit, followed the rules of conspiracy. He did not hide from relatives or friends, he simply could not understand how it was possible to meet friends or relatives when it was not necessary, just for pleasure. He did not observe reticence with regard to the party affairs, he simply could not understand how it was possible to discuss them with strangers. He did not shun new people he came across, but he did not conceive how it was possible to trust any mere stranger. He did not notice that all his relations with people, from the janitor to his father and mother, were based on fear, on an eagerness to conceal from them the particulars of the life which interested him most. Had he seen it, he would not have been able to lead another life. Twice a week Andrei Bolotov attends the meetings of the Central Committee, which is the highest administrative and intellectual apparatus of the party. The Central Committee decides about current political tactics. The Professional Revolutionists 323 Central Committee votes on strikes, demonstrations, attempts on the life of officials and other revolutionary manifestations. The decisions of the Central Committee are considered the decisions of the party and are faithfully carried out by local committees and single individuals as far as circumstances permit. Andrei Bolotov and his colleagues have a firmly established view on the relation between their party and the people, between their party and the truth. Their organization can never be wrong, this is an idea bred by the constant sacrifices the maintenance of the party requires, and warranted by the incessant growth of the party. On the other hand, the party is the legitimate leader of the people. The party knows the needs of the people better than any individual can know them. The party sees clearly the way of emancipation. The party has worked out methods of political action. The party is therefore entitled to appeal to the people in times of crises and to expect their support. The author of The Thing That Never Happened is somewhat critical of the self-confidence of the members of the Central Committee. In a crowded smoky room, he says, they discussed the question as to whether an armed insurrection should be started or not. They were sure the fate of 2,000 soldiers depended upon the outcome of their discussion. They forgot that if people resolve to kill others, to rebel, to die, they do not do so because 5 men unknown to them declare it to be good, useful, and necessary, but they are moved by a multitude of accidental causes which cannot be foreseen. The author is right when he emphasizes the fact that armed rebellions are not a result of a committee decision. The members of the party, however, are also justified in their belief that the party ought to frame slogans and to be in the first ranks when popular upheavals occur. Thus, for the professional revolutionist, the party 324 is the center of the country, perhaps the center of the entire world. All his interests are connected with the party, all his ambitions are the ambitions of the party. The party is infinitely more than a political cooperation of men and women pursuing the same ends, the party is the home of the individual revolutionist. This is true not only of a leading intellectual like Bolotov, but also of those who are being led, the members of the local committees. Here is David, the head of a committee in a small country town. David experienced the same uneasy feeling of the head of a household as did Bolotov, the author says. His household, however, was not the party as a whole. In fact, he knew very little about the party, just the noisy, unimportant topics they were discussing in the party press. He knew that all over Russia there were people, dear comrades, who hated the same things that he hated and demanded the same things that he demanded. He knew, further, that there were committees at work in every town and that the committees and their political affairs, as he deemed them, were guided from Petersburg by worthy, experienced, and wise leaders. Those leaders he trusted blindly. He never questioned who they were or who gave them their unlimited powers. It was soothing to know that there was somebody in the world and that this somebody was vigilantly guarding the interests of the party and would not allow them to be injured. Not knowing the party, he thought it stronger, greater, and purer than it really was. As to his household feeling, he exercised it in his little town, whose local committee seemed to him to be a complicated, prosperous household. He faithfully believed in the invincible power of the party and, just like Bolotov, looked forward to the day of storm, as he called it, the great day of reward. The professional revolutionist developed certain features of character quite unusual in everyday life. The professional revolutionist is an extreme absolutist within. Professional revolutionists * 325. The limits of his own party. The Central Committee decides to remove a revolutionist from one town to another. He silently obeys, thinking it beneficial for the party. A member of the Central Committee visits a local committee, the members willingly follow all his advice. A member of the local committee orders the rank and file to carry out certain decisions such as distribution of literature, strikes, manifestations, etc. The orders are punctiliously carried out. The necessity of conspirative secrecy makes the organization look somewhat like a military camp on the battlefront, where personal sympathies, emotions, tastes are put aside for the common cause. The professional revolutionist is glad to adapt himself to this rigid discipline. Usually a high-strung intellectual, with a vivid imagination, he purposely curbs many of his desires and inclinations which might impair his aptitude for the party work. He disposes of all harrowing questions, he simply drives them away, because there is no time to question fundamentals while you are in the midst of a fight. He shuts his eyes to the motives of men joining the revolution, because an insight into individual souls may prove embarrassing in using revolutionists as human material to feed the party. He breaks off family relations and all private connections so as to be free and so that he may be justified in demanding the same from others. Professional revolutionists were essentially the same in all the parties. Naturally, they were intolerant as regards other organizations. Naturally, they were so much wrapped up in their own painfully reared child the party that all the other parties, the revolutionary not excluded, were to them either utopian, or too moderate, or even detrimental to the revolution. Hence the bitter factional struggles inside of the revolutionary army. A type of a professional revolutionist appears in Verasayev's Towards Life. Dr. Rozanov is the leader of 326. The Labor Party and is known in revolutionary Russia. He is persistently searched by the police, but he never gives up work. When he comes to a local committee to straighten out things / he puts new life into the organization. On his travels he has to change his appearance and take all kinds of precautionary measures, but he cannot conceal his big head, his broad shoulders, his deep-set, green eyes, his masterful look. I did not like this man, a member of the local committee remarks. I felt he was a despot, a sectarian fanatic all wrapped up in factional squabbles. During those days, however, he suddenly grew to be a tribune. The soul of the crowd was in his hands, as a wild horse in the hands of its rider. When he mounted a box and waved his hand, the stormy sea would calm down and dead silence ensue. His brows were knit, his eyes aflame, his speech masterful. I could not make sure whether his policy was good, I understood nothing for the suddenness of the hurricane. Yet his iron will conquered me as it conquered all the others. I followed him blindly. He could have sent us all to death and we would have followed, believing that it was the proper thing to do. Dr. Rozanov looks upon the local committees as upon so many families of his children, and their members are to him brothers and sisters. Here he finds in the room of one of the revolutionists Nietzsche's Birth of Tragedy and is unpleasantly surprised. Reading Nietzsche is not a thing that befits an active revolutionist. Reading Nietzsche indicates that a man is groping in the dark, that he is dissatisfied with the solution his party gives to the most vital problems. Dr. Rozanov treats a reader of Nietzsche as a patient who has become afflicted with a contagious disease. To him all problems are settled. Doubts and queries affect him as unwelcome, disturbing nonsense. And yet, being a professional revolutionist did not. Professional revolutionists 327 make an intellectual immune against doubts and spiritual dramas. One of those dramas is the subject of Verasayev's Towards Life. Kostya is certainly a beautiful specimen of the professional revolutionist. He addresses mass meetings on factory premises, feeling as if he were scattering handfuls of seeds which instantly turned into glorious flowers of brotherhood and young, creative hatred. He calls for general strikes, and the movement grows under his hands. He bravely faces an attack of Cossacks on a gathering of workingmen in the woods where he has been speaking. He writes proclamations which are distributed through the town to instigate the revolutionary movement. He writes in his diary, "It is wonderful to live. The waves are rising ever higher. Kostya is young and strong. Kostya is very gifted. He is a powerful orator and very clever at debates with opponents. He is quite indifferent to dangers. He feels with every fiber that single individuals are of no great value, that something tremendous exists, some common cause. Let the horses trample over my wounded body tomorrow, it is nothing," he thinks, without humility or arrogance. He is on the crest of a high wave of revolutionary unrest as well as of feverish personal energy. And in the midst of it all he feels as it were a mass of strange monsters crawling within him, lifting their flat, trim heads. Questions stir his mind, ages old, grave questions take possession of him. Why live? I look at those two words, he writes, and I am almost ashamed. They seem so naive and trite, like the production of a high school boy. But this is the dreadful part of it. They look funny not because the answer is unknown to high school boys only, but because only high school boys still hope to obtain an answer. There is no answer. Yet people go on living. 328. Why live? I ask the thinkers, the creators, Kostya writes. What could they give me? The fighters, the saints, the creators, they have lived and they always will live in their gropings, in their pains, in the ecstasy of victories and the tragedy of defeats. But how about the little people, the insignificant ones? How about the human weeds? Why should they live? Everybody does live. There must be something common to all. It is impossible that the meaning of the life of different people should be incommensurable. Kostya loses the taste for life. He cannot understand how people continue living with this question unsolved. Why live? Why do the drudgery of life day in, day out? Kostya visits his friends of the working class. They are poor, but they are so firmly planted on the ground, they possess so much self-sufficiency, they seem to know the meaning of it all. They look forward, they believe in the future. What does it matter if somebody will be happy in the future? Kostya asks. That does not make life easier. Still they live. What for? Isn't it better that all human beings should make an end to their lives? In the further development of his mental crisis, Kostya begins to doubt the efficiency of the instrument through which he expects to find a solution. He is horrified to discover that his reason is not an independent, reliable entity. Reason. It changes with the substance of the brain, with the coincidence of circumstances. Reason is dictated by the subconsciousness. How can he command it? Kostya's tragedy widens. He cannot act. He is paralyzed. He is in the grip of some evil spirit. I have lost myself. I have utterly lost myself, like a needle in dry grass. Where am I? What am I? I feel my soul has left me. My soul has torn itself from. Professional revolutionists. 329 My consciousness, it has sunk into the depths. Something stretches its tentacles out of the dark, taking hold of my brain, my poor powerless brain incapable of life. My body has become strange to me. Where am I? Where is my own self? Where is my freedom, my self-causality? Is it in that which thinks, which is aware of itself in my reason? But why are all its independent thoughts so meager and lifeless, why are the words born by it so dry and limited? Only when gripped by these strange tentacles out of the dark does it become alive. The tighter the grip of the tentacles, the deeper my reason becomes, the more active it is. Thought becomes bright, full of creative power, words are luminous with a thrilling sense. Am I there, in the darkness, in the depths? Yet I know there is a dark slave there, I feel it now clearly. The mighty master of my consciousness is the slave of a ruler whom I do not know. The ruler reigns over it, over humanity, over the whole of life. He is stern and implacable, the king of all powers. In agony, in torment, Kostya exclaims, I do not want it. I cannot accept it. In the grip of the clutching tentacles of my master-slave, in the darkness enveloping me, I cry to thee. Unknown, to thee. Ruler of mine and of my master, I do not want it. I am free, I shall not submit. But over and over again the torment of these problems takes hold of the man, and he is shattered. Things lose their interest for him. His work, which is part of his life, is under question like the totality of his life. What does a speech, a revolutionary pamphlet, a strike amount to in the face of those eternal questions? Here his comrades are discussing the May Day celebration, young and old women have been embroidering flags the night through, the workingmen are as active and assured as ever. But Kostya refuses to participate in the celebration. Some of his comrades suspect he is afraid of being 330 arrested, but the truth is that he is indifferent to everything. With envy I listen to their speeches, he writes. There is something momentous about them, something earnest and full of meaning, while within my soul everything is dried up, for me life has withdrawn from these matters they are discussing. Only words remain, hackneyed old words, nauseatingly boresome. Kostya tries to follow the philosophy of carpe diem, to drown his anguish in sensual pleasures, but he never can deaden the worm that gnaws at the roots of his very existence. Kostya is on the verge of suicide. People of a weaker mental constitution might have succumbed to their despair. Kostya survives. After severe struggles, after having changed his mode of life and his surroundings, he feels again the lure of life. He puts aside all these poignant problems. He discovers the simple yet infinitely significant truth that when a person has the keen sensation of life, all queries why life seem artificial and academic. Kostya awakens one evening to feel the genuine taste for life. He is in a beautiful valley where nature weaves the endless fabric of life. Everything breathes, everything is saturated with the joy of life, drinking life from the ground, from the air, from infinity. A holy mystery of life is being celebrated in the green valley under the red rays of a mild setting sun. Kostya has found himself. It happens as unexpectedly and seemingly as much without reason, as his former discovery of his master, the slave of the unknown. Kostya is again filled with the thrill of desire for action. He will return to his comrades. He will put his hand to the common cause, which to him has become doubly precious. He has proved to himself that he has the power to stand the hardest of all tests, to win victory over himself. Not all intellectuals, however, are of the same elastic. Professional Revolutionists 331 material. The main hero of the Blooming Apple Trees by Murtaugh proved to be of small use to his party. He was driven into the revolutionary ranks not by desire to serve his people or to see beauty triumphant in human relations, but by dread. An out-and-out individualist, he was always centered in himself, and the feeling that has haunted him from his early youth is fear of death. I feel as if I were sentenced to death, he says to his old friend. He felt as if everything was slowly dying, his relatives, his friends, nature. Death was narrowing its circle around him, his brain was burning, his nerves a-tremble. To save himself from insanity he flees to Petersburg and joins the Revolutionary Party, whose program and purposes are irrelevant to him. He has a last hope that readiness to give away his life in the service of the party will save him from his dread. "I have done work for them," he tells later in a derisive tone. "They said I had * capacity for work. Sometimes I upset them by my absent-mindedness, but they readily forgave me, though absent-mindedness is a great sin in their occupation. They found I had a precious quality, endurance. Kostya even went so far as to say I had the ability to do more than carry out orders. In reality, I had no abilities whatsoever. I had been subject to fits of melancholy from my childhood on, and this was a way of curing myself in the wheel of life. The dread of death had thrown me into the wheel. This, however, I realized only later, when I was in prison. At that time I still did not know myself. It was only that I was afraid to be thrown out of the wheel. I closed my eyes and did everything. Whether I closed my eyes consciously or unconsciously does not matter. Yet this is my fault. This only. In fact, I was dead. Notwithstanding my indignation, which sometimes rose to a pitch of hatred, notwithstanding my energy. The fact is, I welcomed my indignation, I stimulated my emotions, which saved me from the problem of death. To die quietly. 332. Here in my quiet garden, the thought was dreadful to me. To die in a crowd, in the streets, if that happened, yes. But not there. This is the reason I created a life that gave me no time to think. I ran myself to exhaustion, so as to fall and momentarily sink into sleep. In a purely mechanical way I freed myself from the clutches of despair. I lived among those people, disguised in their garb. I rushed forward as if running down a mountain, never looking back, never able to stop. I found pleasure in my work, in this impetuous rush. I forgot myself, I did not know myself, I gladly let myself be hypnotized by the word freedom. So much was my conscience already prepared, that I admitted theoretically the right to kill those who stood in the way of the people. And then, the lot fell upon me to kill a man. I submitted. My first thought, my first consideration was that if I would not do it, somebody else would have to do it, and I had no right to impose my fate on others. This was all I thought of the subject. Somehow I managed not to think. When it flashed through my mind that I was going to die, I said to myself that death was inevitable sooner or later, and that it was better to die in a heroic exploit. This was my only answer to myself. The sensation of a hero saving his fatherland and the sensation of a hangman were united in me. I was very energetic, even ingenious, in the preparatory work. I am ashamed of it now. How inconceivable a man can be. I remember how carefully I dressed half an hour before the catastrophe. This was also part of the program. I had to be elegant. I remember that I removed a tiny feather from my sleeve and carefully scrutinized my black frock coat, as a hangman would scrutinize his new red blouse. I was so much absorbed by those salutary particulars that I even forgot what I was going to do. Only the revolver recalled it to my mind. It was the poise of a corpse. My real did not exist. I remember the great agitation in Kostya's face. Professional Revolutionists 333 when he shook hands with me for the last time. I was calm. The feelings of a judge, a hero, and a hangman were intertwined inseparably within me and deadened my soul. Not only did I play my role exceedingly well, I seemed to have become a new man. It happened in the theater. All the time I was looking at him from a distance, he did not exist in my mind as a human being. He was only a target I beheld before taking aim. I waited for the fixed moment, and when I saw him moving, I calmly rose to my feet and followed. As I was told by somebody, I stopped behind his back. I was not told what to do by the comrades, no, I was left to myself at that moment. I had to act according to my own initiative, my own understanding of the situation. This spoiled their undertaking. When I saw the white line of his collar, the warm back of his neck, fat and flabby, when I felt the warmth of the neck, he suddenly became alive. He began to exist in himself, quite apart from what he had done and what I was going to kill him for. In front of me was the back of his neck. I looked, my hand in my pocket. The hangman looked. My consciousness was split in two, as it were. I caught the sound of his voice. He was speaking to somebody. I cannot describe what I was feeling. I know just this, that Slash went through the experience of killing. I experienced the thing which had to happen yet never did, owing perhaps, to the mere fact that it so clearly happened in my imagination. I felt an unspeakable disgust and dread at the thought that death was emanating from me. I had done the killing, I had done it by a supreme effort of my imagination. Now I know why nearly everybody can kill in war and almost nobody this way. In war you have no time to feel the warmth of his neck. I do not know how long it lasted. I remember I took out the revolver * when I came to, I was in the hands of those who had seized me. My first feeling was happiness. Not to fire, however. Mo. 334. I was happy I had killed nobody. He was alive. I saw him. My whole life changed at that moment. For the first time I experienced the real joy of life. This is an extreme case. Not every intellectual in the ranks of the revolution had to commit terrorist acts. Yet this case is characteristic as regards the motives that drove hosts of intellectuals into the revolutionary parties. To be a professional revolutionist required as much talent and vocation as any other responsible profession, and this only a few possessed in a satisfactory degree. All the others were more or less amateurs, undergoing all the hardships and disappointments amateurs are exposed to. There was a time when nearly every intellectual, for one reason or another, felt induced to help the revolutionary parties. Grave trials lay in wait for those who were not fit. Chapter XXX. The Terrorists. The history of the terrorist attempts is one of the most dramatic chapters in the history of the revolution, and offers the richest material for psychological studies. In it the romanticism of the revolutionary movement, the personal qualities of the revolutionists, the deepest inner conflicts appear as under a magnifying glass. The general characteristics of the terrorist type changed in the course of the revolution. The first terrorists, of the parties Land and Freedom and People's Freedom *, were persons of a high spiritual beauty, gifted with an extreme sensitiveness to the sufferings of the people, and living in a world of pure religious joy. The history of the men and women who planned and accomplished the assassination of Alexander II on March 188-1, is a history of ecstatic souls and adamant wills, with not a selfish thought and incapable of an instant of fear. The first terrorists of the beginning of the 20th century, resuming the traditions of Land and Freedom after an intermission of about 20 years, resembled in many respects their predecessors of the 70s and 80s. Those terrorists were volunteers in the real sense of the word, they acted out of inner compulsion, their terrorist undertakings were the expression of a spontaneous moral elevation which made it impossible for them to witness the sufferings of the people and the baseness of the rulers without immediate response. At any rate, they acted under no compulsion from without. Later, when the revolutionary movement broadened and the Socialist Revolutionary Party made terrorism part of 335. 336. Its program, which meant the creation of terroristic organizations, the type of the terrorist began to deteriorate. Young boys and girls with no high moral qualifications either made attempts on government officials single-handed, following the current of revolutionary excitement, or they joined the organization of terrorists, sometimes from mere motives of imitation, sometimes under moral pressure of their party colleagues, who thought participation in terrorist attempts the highest manifestation of voluntary spirit. The number of terrorists grew, their quality went down. Single-handed terrorists, when arrested and frightened by the gendarmes, often showed a lack of moral courage. Party terrorists, drawing salaries from the party treasury and spending idle months in waiting for a chance, turned out to be a very awkward sort of professionals. True, there were beautiful exceptions, among whom Ivan Kaliev, the assassin of Grand Duke Sergius Alexandrovich, the uncle of Nicholas II, stands out as an example. In general, however, the terrorist organization became a sort of aristocratic division of the Socialist Revolutionary Party, its members looking upon themselves as revolutionary supermen and permitting themselves liberties condemned in ordinary life. Still later, when the revolution was defeated and the White Terror set in, the expropriations began. An expropriation was an armed attack of a number of individuals on a bank, a post office, a store, sometimes a private residence, with the aim of getting money. The first expropriations were made by sincere revolutionists who meant to fill the treasury of their organization so as to facilitate the revolutionary work. Their example, however, was followed by individuals who were scarcely able to draw the line between public and private interests, and soon adventurers and all sorts of hunters for easy money joined in. The overwhelming majority of the expropriations had nothing to do with the revolution, yet their participants claimed to be revolutionists and to have acted. The terrorists. 337. Under the control of an organization. Spies and agents provocateurs found their way into the ranks of the expropriators, and the reputation of terrorism fell very low. Later it was found out that even at the blooming period of the terrorist organization of the Socialist Revolutionary Party it harbored a traitor, a Zev, who was simultaneously the head of the organization and a secret agent in the service of the police department. There is no doubt that the terrorist groups were a favorable medium for treachery. However, many terrorist acts played an important part in the development of the revolution. There were cases of terrorist attempts whose political significance not even the opponents of terrorism could deny. The assassination of von Plave started the era of spring. The assassination of Grand Duke Sergius Alexandrovich, on February 4, 1905, made a tremendous impression in the country and abroad. The attempts on officials notorious for their cruelty satisfied the public sense of justice and created uneasiness in the ranks of the administration. The government, in its turn, hated the terrorists more than any other revolutionists, and wreaked wholesale vengeance upon them. Many an act which in times of peace would have been punished by a term of imprisonment was implacably avenged by death. The death chambers of the Russian prisons in 1906-08 saw scores of innocent men and women who had nothing to do with any terrorist acts blindly sacrificed on the altar of an infuriated autocratic nemesis. We shall quote here letters written by revolutionists who had been sentenced to death. Hardly any other documents give a better account of the mental processes of the fighters than these letters written on the threshold of death. Leo Cohen-Bernstein was hanged in Siberia on August 7, 1889. He was sentenced to death, together with 338 other revolutionists, for having resisted the administration's attempt to transfer him and a number of his fellow exiles from Yakutsk to a more dreary and desolate place of exile. The guards had opened fire on the resisting revolutionists, 6 were killed, many wounded, the rest were tried and 3 put to death. From his death chamber he writes. Yakutsk, August 6, 1889. My dear friends and comrades. I am not sure I shall be able to say goodbye to you. There is almost no hope. In my mind, however, I have said goodbye to all of you. All this time I have deeply felt your warm, sympathetic attitude toward me. I have only a little longer to live. Let us take leave of each other, dear friends and comrades, and let our last farewell be lit by the hope of a better future for our poor motherland which lies so close to our heart. Not one atom of power has ever been lost in the universe. Not one human life can be lost in vain. Do not deplore human life. Let the dead take care of the dead. You have a whole life ahead of you, a moral, arduous life, sublime in communion with your suffering motherland. Do not say or think that your life is lost, that it will pass in useless suffering and torture, in prison cell and exile. To suffer the pain of your motherland, to be a living denunciation of all the fiends of darkness and evil, is a great task. Even if it be your last service, what of it? We have brought our share to the altar of the struggle for the people's freedom. Who knows, perhaps you will live to see the great moment when our liberated motherland will meet her faithful, loving and beloved children with open arms and celebrate with you the great holiday of freedom. When this time comes, remember us in love. This will be our greatest reward for all our trials. The Terrorists. 339. Let this great hope always be with you, as it will be with me on the very scaffold. I kiss you ardently, with all my loving soul. Altogether yours, L. Bernstein. Once more, farewell, dear friends. I kiss you heartily. Yours, Bernstein. This letter was written in the darkest moment of recent Russian history, when, under the fierce reign of Alexander III, which stifled the breath of the country, all hope of a better future seemed to have vanished. On the day of the execution, Leo Cohan Bernstein was still sick in bed from wounds he had received in the conflict with the guards. He was carried with his bed to the scaffold, and while he was lying powerless on his pillow they put his head into the noose. The bed was then removed. Nicholas Zotov, the second of the three hanged in Yakutsk, wrote, a few minutes before his execution. August 6/7, 3 a.m. In the backyard, near the lanterns, they are already planting the poles. We see how our scaffolds are being erected. How primitive it all is. About 8 in the evening the priest visited me. I politely declined his services, assuring him that, to my sorrow, I did not expect anything beyond this life. Janya has just visited me for the last time. She has watched my last moments and will describe them to you. It is impossible for me now to do so myself. I feel cheerful, my mood is bright, but I am terribly tired, physically, as well as nervously. For the last 2 days my nerves have worked monstrously. So many strong sensations. Now, my dear friends, my loving ones, for the very Zotov's bride. 340. Last time I press you to my breast. I am dying with a perfectly light heart, conscious that I am right, feeling strength in my bosom. I am only horror-stricken to think of the fate of my dear ones who remain. What are my sufferings? Only a matter of a few hours, while theirs will last, and they need so much strength to stand it all. I can think of nothing else when I look at Janya. The guards have come, they have brought prison clothes, I have put them on. I am sitting in trousers and shirt and I am freezing. Do not think my hand trembles from excitement. Goodbye, goodbye, my dear ones. Yours to the grave, Kolya. Stepan Balmyshev was the student, 21 years of age, who, on April 2, 1902, assassinated the Russian Minister of the Interior, Sipyagin. On April 3 he wrote his last letter to his parents, of whom the father had been a revolutionist and an exile in former years. The letter was written from prison. Here is its text. My dear ones. I seize a happy opportunity. I write only a few lines, hoping they will reach you. The event of April 2 and my participation in it must have stricken you with a shock of surprise and acute pain. But do not force upon me all the weight of your reproach. The implacable, merciless conditions of Russian life drove me to this act, compelled me to shed human blood, and, what is more, to inflict upon you, in your old age, the sorrow of the loss of your only son. How boundlessly happy I would be now, after having done my duty as a citizen of my country, if I were not depressed by the thought of your grief, your horrible anguish. In spite of all, in spite of the fact that my bright state of mind and my joyous feeling of having followed the terrorists. 341. The inescapable imperative of my conscience are clouded with bitterness by the thought of your affliction. I do not regret what I have done. It is not necessary for me, of course, to explain to you the importance of a fight against the most conspicuous, the harshest representatives of the autocratic regime. It is not necessary for me to tell you how inevitable sacrifices are in this fight. The hideous conditions of Russian life demand not only material sacrifices, they take their only children away from parents. I bring my life as a sacrifice for the great cause of relieving those who work and those who are oppressed, and this, I believe, gives me a moral justification for the cruelty I am committing in regard to you, my dear and beloved parents. Let the thought of the importance of my act soothe your natural parental grief. In closing this, I ask only one thing of you, though I know it is a hard condition to fulfill. Whatever happens to me, please be as firm and calm as I am. Perhaps your calm will be transmitted to me through the thick prison walls and will lessen my anxiety for you. Yours, Sp. Ivan Kaliev, the assassin of Grand Duke Sergius, wrote from prison. Dear friends and comrades. You know I have done everything I could to make the 4th of February a victory. I am happy. I fulfilled a thing it was the duty of all bleeding Russia to do. You know my convictions and the strength of my feelings, and let none of you grieve over my death. I have given all of myself for the struggle of the working people, there can be no concessions on my part to the autocracy, and if, as a result of all the endeavors of my life, I have been found worthy of making sublime protest for humanity against oppression, let my death crown my work through the purity of my ideal. 342. To die for one's convictions means to call others to fight, and whatever may be the price of eliminating autocracy, I am firmly convinced our generation will put an end to it forever. It will be a great victory of socialism when freedom opens new vistas before the Russian people, before all who suffer under the centuries-old violence of the czars. I am wholly with you, my dear, my loving friends. You were my support in hard moments, we always shared our joys and our sorrows, and if, some day, on the crest of the people's rejoicing, you recall my name, let all my revolutionary work be in your eyes the expression of my ecstatic love for the people and my proud adoration of you, let it be the toll of my sincere devotion to our party, which is faithful to the traditions of people's freedom in every sense. Life seems a fairy tale to me, it is as if all that has happened to me had existed from my early years in my forebodings and had lurked in the recesses of my heart, to be poured suddenly forth in a flame of hatred and vengeance on behalf of all. I should like to mention by name many people who are close to my heart and infinitely dear to me. Let my last breath be a farewell greeting for them and my vigorous appeal to fight for freedom. I embrace and kiss you all. Yours, L. Kaliev. To his mother Ivan Kaliev wrote. Happy face, my dear mother. My state of mind is unchanged. I am happy to know I acted in obedience to the call of my duty. I kept my conscience clear and my convictions intact. You know very well I had no private life, if I suffered in life, it was the sufferings of others. It would be ridiculous to think of saving my life now. The terrorists. 343. When my end makes me so happy. I refused to sign the petition for pardon, and you know why. It was not because I have spent all my physical and mental powers, on the contrary, I have preserved all that fate gave me for my last triumph in death. From my early boyhood I felt I was doomed, and there is nothing in my private life I could regret. I could not accept pardon because it is against my convictions. You, too, must accept my resolution with such courage as only a loving heart is capable of. Don't weep over me, be happy, as if I had not parted from you. In reality I shall never part from you. In case I do not see you personally any more, farewell. I think there is nobody of whom I have to beg pardon for personal wrongs. Just now the scene of Warsaw life, the noisy streets, the sun overhead unfolds before me. Greet Warsaw in my name. Farewell. Your faithful IK. And here is a press correspondent's account of the last words of a man who was killed in December, 1905, after the Moscow Rebellion. The name of the writer is V. Vladimirov. In the course of my inquiries about the activities of the Semyonovsky Regiment along the Moscow-Kazan line, he writes, *, I heard many stories about engineer Ukhtomsky, who showed heroic firmness in the last moments of his life. Part of this information was given by the captain of the Semyonovsky Regiment which executed him in Lybertsy, together with 3 other workingmen. The captain, who observed him in his last moments, was charmed by his personality. The soldiers felt a deep reverence for him, their esteem being expressed in the fact that after the first volley he remained untouched. Not one bullet had grazed him. His appearance was in no way striking. Of medium 344 height, with vivid, clever eyes, he gave the impression of a very modest, almost bashful, man. It was a mere accident that he fell into the hands of the punitive expedition. He was traveling in a carriage, when he stopped in the Lybertsy Inn, ignorant of the presence of soldiers at the station. He was searched and a revolver was found in his pocket, which caused his arrest. He was brought before the officer in charge. Questioned as to his name, he refused to reveal it. The officer went over the lists and the photographs of the revolutionists, comparing them with the live original before him. Then he exclaimed, *, you are engineer Ukhtomsky, you will be shot. I thought so, Ukhtomsky answered coolly. This happened in the afternoon, about 3 o'clock. He was asked whether he did not want to take the communion, and expressed his desire to do so. After the communion he was taken, together with 3 workingmen of the Lybertsy brake factory, to the place of execution. He made the following statement, addressing the officer. I knew that, once in your hands, I should be shot, I was prepared for death, and that is why I am so calm. Now that I am going to die, I may just as well tell you who it was that enabled the revolutionary train to escape safely from Moscow, that important train carrying the armed groups, the leaders and the heads of the Moscow rebellion, together with the members of the strike committee. It was I who operated the engine of the train, at a time when all the tracks were already in the hands of the troops and you threatened us with machine guns near the freight station. It was a dangerous place, altogether barren, open from every side. The train was a good target for bullets, but I increased the speed to 70 versts an hour. I was myself at the levers. A day. The prices of bread being 2 to 3 kopecks a pound, this allowance meant actual starvation. The prisoners were dependent upon their private means. The right to use private means, however, depended upon the administration. In some prisons the purchase of food was free to any political prisoner in possession of money, in others it was limited, in still others it was forbidden. Everything depended upon the arbitrary will of the warden and the governor of the province. In some cases the prisoners were allowed to spend 2 hours daily in the open air, in some, as little as 10 minutes. There were prisons where books were admitted freely, in others, nobody was allowed to have more than 346. Prison. Prison and exile. 347. 2 books at a time. And there were prisons where reading was confined to theological books only. The desire to improve their condition so as not to be broken by the hardship of prison impelled the imprisoned revolutionists to struggle against severe rules. The main cause of struggle, however, was the demand for courtesy on the part of the prison administration. The wardens, their assistants, the guards, and the prison physician were wont to treat the prisoners rudely. Curses, swearing, a slap in the face and the contemptuous thou were the common practice in dealing with criminals. This practice the administration was strongly tempted to extend also over the *reds. The latter, however, were ready to face death rather than personal insult. Prison struggles, therefore, became an everyday occurrence. The methods of struggle were various. A simultaneous outbreak of noise by all the prisoners was one way, a general destruction of the furniture and equipment of the cells was another, then there was the hunger strike and physical resistance. At the time a fight was going on in prison, the revolutionary organizations outside the prison became uneasy, Proclamations were issued, the offices of the governor and district attorney were stormed by representatives of society whose children were among the prisoners, and in the majority of cases the administration yielded. One of the struggles the author of this book took part in was a hunger strike in the prison of Vilna, which occurred in the early spring of 1904 and lasted 6 days. The political prison of the city was located in an old castle of the Lithuanian kings on the banks of the river Vilia, in the suburb of Antokol. The construction of the it was the practice of the Russian government to turn the historic buildings of Poland, Lithuania, and Ukraine into armories, arsenals, police stations or prisons. I served in the army. I saw the castle of Dubno, a beautiful piece of 16th century architecture, occupied by an array hospital and barbarously altered. 348. Castle permitted no solitary cells, and the prisoners were located in halls, 15 to 20 prisoners in each hall. The principle of solitary confinement being out of place, there was no sound reason why only those who happened to live in one cell should be allowed to communicate with each other. The administration, persuaded by the prisoners, made it a practice to keep the doors of the cells open from 9 in the morning till 7 in the evening. This was convenient for the prisoners, who could thus group themselves according to their party affiliations, nationalities, and personal sympathies and spend their time in reading or conversation or plays. It was by no means annoying to the administration, either, the prisoners keeping order and strictly adhering to the rules. However, after an attempt to escape was made by some of the prisoners, the cells were locked up and the grip of the administration tightened. The warden, Dunkel, had been recently promoted from the rank of district chief of police and was extraordinarily anxious to make a good record. He was a man of about 40, stout, ruddy, with an apoplectic neck and small, deeply set, greenish-gray eyes in a large face. He was extremely proud of his new position and used to brag how high he stood in the opinion of the governor and how he played cards with the highest provincial officials. Dunkel was the typical administrator, quick-tempered, standing no contradiction, believing himself very efficient, very far-sighted, while in reality he was mercilessly led about by the nose by his assistant. Dunkel had a habit of punishing his criminal prisoners with his own hands. More than once I saw him beating a criminal, slapping his face with all his force and hitting him under the ribs, while the guards respectfully waited in the distance. Observations warranted our belief that Dunkel experienced a physical pleasure in beating others. As to the revolutionists, he hated them for their independence and moral courage. After the cells, prison and exile 349 had been locked up, he became impertinent with the political prisoners, and his attitude was challenging. We decided to accept the challenge. We worked out a list of demands, chief among them being the unlocking of the cells, open-air exercise 2 hours daily and polite treatment. In case of refusal, a hunger strike was announced. Dunkel appeared in the prison, red with excitement, panting and swearing. He went from cell to cell, reminding us we were prisoners, not patients in a first-class sanitarium, threatening to throw the ringleaders into the underground dungeon and, if necessary, to tie us hand and foot. We were silent. It had been decided beforehand that we should have no argument with the warden. The following morning the hunger strike began. We threw out of the windows and the great doors all the edibles in our possession. The portions brought in the morning we refused to accept. The strike lasted 6 full days. All the prisoners, over 100 in number, participated, and our endurance was crowned with success. Dunkel yielded to all our demands. Life in prison was again tolerable. Up to the beginning of 1906 most prisons represented little revolutionary communities where principles of equality and mutual aid were maintained. In the prison of Kiev, in 1903, we had communal ownership of food, clothes, and books. Everything received by a prisoner from his relatives were given over to the community and shared alike by all prisoners. In this manner there were no rich or poor among the inmates. In the prison of Vilna, in 1904, we had our own community kitchen, which fed all the prisoners, irrespective of their contributions to the community. The Revolutionary *Red Cross, an auxiliary organization comprising mainly intellectuals not active in the parties, provided the prisoners with money and books. 350. No fear of prison ever prevented a criminal from committing a crime, the criminologists say. This was true also in regard to the revolutionists. Arrests, imprisonments and exile were looked upon by the revolutionists as part of their activities, a continuation of their revolutionary struggles, and prison walls had by no means a frightening effect. There were categories of party members who were almost glad to land in the quiet haven of the cell. Such were the professional revolutionists and the uneducated workingmen. The professional revolutionist lived all the time under a severe strain. He bore the responsibility for the entire organization, national or local. He had under his supervision a number of circles, groups, brotherhoods, single individuals, with their various characters and problems. He had to think of steps, manifestations, strikes, organizers, agitators, speakers, proclamations. And all the time he was haunted by the fear of spies, not through personal cowardice, but in the interests of the organization. All the time he had to hide, to disguise himself, to take precautionary measures. When at last he was seized, if only his organization remained halfway intact, it was a pleasure for him to relax, to get rid of all his worries, to have more time for careful, systematic reading. To take a vacation, it was called in revolutionary circles. The trial never worried the revolutionist much, because he knew beforehand that after his term of 1 or 2 years in prison he would be sent to Siberia, whence he would flee at the first opportunity, to join the revolutionary movement. His prison time he used for meditation and for study of the problems, social and political, that interested him most. As to the ordinary working man who was not a professional revolutionist, for him prison had another attraction. The first acquaintance with revolutionary ideas usually invoked in the working man an insatiable appetite for knowledge. Under prevailing circumstances, where prison and exile. 351. The conducting of evening classes for adults was considered a political offense, and the revolutionary reading circles were under strict surveillance. The workingmen had almost no chance to get education. Besides, work in the factory in daytime and in the organization in the evening hardly left time for self-instruction. In prison the working man had free board, free time, and ardent teachers in the revolutionary intellectuals. Many prisons were turned into preparatory schools for agitators. In the Vilna prison, in 1904, we had 2 classes, each consisting of 10 to 15 workingmen, one for beginners, the other for more advanced pupils. The subjects were, political economy, principles of sociology, the history of civilization, parliamentary systems in theory and practice, and the history of the revolutionary movement in Russia, besides discussions on current political events and party tactics conducted in the presence of all the prisoners. The prison community had regular connections with the local revolutionary organizations, and the new revolutionary publications as a rule reached the prisoners sooner than the public at large. The revolutionary writers had a chance to participate from prison in their party organs. This idyllic felicity, interrupted by storms of protests and violent convulsions, lasted till October-November, 1905, when most of the prisons were opened by the revolution. The overwhelming majority of the prisoners, except those charged with terrorism or similar actions, were freed. For a short while the prisons remained vacant. When they filled again their aspect was completely changed. The upheaval of 1905-06 drove hosts of heterogeneous people into the revolution, and the arrests of the oncoming counter-revolution were also made among all classes. The prison inmates of 1906-08 were no longer the old-time revolutionists who had gone through the school of party work and been hardened in revolutionary practice. Neither were they as well prepared to defend their human. 352. Dignity. One provincial prison in 1907 contained a few score of peasants who had taken part in the looting of a prince's estate, a number of workingmen just taken from the street, many of them without party affiliation, 5 or 6 post office clerks, several bookkeepers, bookshop clerks, newsboys, 3 editors, several writers, 1 lawyer very well known in the community, 2 physicians, a priest, several soldiers, 1 pharmacist, a number of women of all professions and all walks of life, and even 1 general. All these people had no moral bond, were under control of no organization, were unable to speak a common language or to come to an understanding as regards concerted action. They were actually at the mercy of the prison administration. On the other hand, the old-time respect for the prisoners on the part of the administration had disappeared. These *reds were no longer dreamers, queer chaps, talking impossible things and cherishing crazy theories. They had become a menace. They had been on the brink of overthrowing the existing order. They were dangerous enemies. They had to be treated accordingly. The administration abruptly changed front. No more lenience, no more liberties. The rules became rigid, the discipline merciless. Prisoners had to jump up from their seats at the approach of a superior, to keep eyes front, to answer in a military fashion, "We wish health to your excellency." No communities, no readings, no kitchens, no Red Cross aid were tolerated anymore. The number of prisoners increased, their situation became worse. Corporal punishment, the dungeon, chains, a diet of bread and water became permanent features of prison life. At times the prisoners revolted, then military force was summoned, prisoners were fired upon and many subsequently tried by court-martial. The death chambers were nearly always occupied, and the prisoners witnessed the construction of scaffolds in the prison yards and the prison and exile. 353. Hanging of their comrades before dawn. In many prisons medieval tortures became part of the practice. Russian autocracy was taking revenge for the moment of its weakness. In 1910-11 the Russian prisons were a physical and moral inferno. Siberia was a prison of vast dimensions. Revolutionists were sent there, either to work in the houses of correction or to be under police control for several years or for life. The inmates of the houses of correction wore chains and were treated exactly like the criminals. After the expiration of their term they were not allowed to return to Russia, but had to stay in Siberia under police control. Those who were under police control were not allowed to leave their town or village and had to report at the police station every day. The exiles were entirely at the mercy of the local administration, which, in Siberia, is more backward than in European Russia. As a rule the exiles were not kept in towns near the railroad, lest they should escape and return to Russia. The towns of exile were often chosen hundreds of miles from a civilized center. The most serious revolutionists were sent to Yakutsk, in the far northeast, about 1,100 miles from the last railroad station, Irkutsk. Communication with Yakutsk is possible only through the Lena River during certain months of the year. Still other revolutionists were sent to places located several hundred miles from Yakutsk. The mail reaches those places 3 or 4 times a year. Life in the little Siberian villages or towns with a few hundred, sometimes a few score, native inhabitants, was dreary and full of privation. The arbitrariness of the administration was sometimes intolerable. Exiles were not allowed to go out hunting in the woods or to visit friends in neighboring towns. Oftentimes they were not allowed to give instruction to the children of the natives. 354 fighters and dreamers or to get employment in public offices. The demeanor of the police was harsh and challenging. To reach the place of destination it took the prisoners months. From the central prison in Moscow they traveled in railroad cars, under the escort of soldiers, to Irkutsk. On their way they stopped for weeks in various prisons. From Irkutsk they had to go on foot hundreds of miles to their place of exile, stopping overnight in local prison stations. All the time they were under the guard of soldiers and subject to very harsh treatment. Yet their only thought and their only hope was to escape. Many accomplished this on the road before reaching their place of destination. Others fled from the place after having made the necessary preparations. To flee from a village, a friend of mine had to ride on horseback 600 miles through the primordial forests of Siberia before he reached Irkutsk. He spent 10 days in the forest. His guide and companion was a criminal who had fled from the house of correction. Both were armed with rifles and neither trusted the other. The criminal was anxious to get hold of my friend's belongings and his passport. It was a dangerous, nerve-wracking game those two played all the time. My friend never slept, spending nights in a sitting position and always, even in a half-doze, watching his companion. A strong man, with great muscular and nervous power, he was in a state of delirium toward the end of the journey. He had hallucinations. He talked to himself. When riding a few yards ahead of his guide he abruptly turned his head, he would see him pointing his rifle at his neck. This was repeated several times. The two lived by hunting, and by the time they reached Irkutsk they were nearly starved. In Irkutsk my friend disguised himself as a rich Siberian merchant, and after a series of adventures reached Smolensk, where he again entered the revolutionary organization. A few months later we were neighbors in prison. Prison and exile. 355. Those who remained in Siberia for a longer term devoted their time to studies, and many a revolutionist returned from exile a well-read man. After the storms of 1905-06 the situation of the exile changed for the worse. Cases of suicide among the exiles, some as a protest against intolerable treatment, shocked the entire country. Part V. March 1917. Chapter XXXII. V. Victus. Notwithstanding the efforts people made to disfigure the portion of land on which they were crowded, notwithstanding the stones they were hammering into it to prohibit vegetation, notwithstanding the cleaning away of every grass blade that sprang up, the cutting of trees and the banishing of birds and beasts, notwithstanding the spreading of coal and naphtha smoke still, spring was spring, even in town. The grass, reviving, burst forth and grew green wherever it had not been scraped away. This description by Tolstoy can be fairly applied to conditions in Russia after 1907. Autocracy was making every effort to tame the spirit of freedom, to exterminate all manifestations of social or political activity on the part of the people, to thrust the masses into lethargy. Yet times had changed, and notwithstanding its strenuous efforts, the Russian government could not stop the growth and development of social forces. This, however, became evident only a few years after the great upheaval. In the days of despair that followed the collapse of the revolution, it seemed that the social forces of Russia had been weakened for many years to come, and that the country was entering a long, dreary period of political and social stagnation. The material gains of the revolution for the various classes amounted to naught. The peasants had received no land. The law of November 9, 1906, making it possible for the individual peasant to receive his share of land in private property and thus to become free from the inconveniences of the 359. 36 March 1917. Village community, had not increased the land fund of the peasantry as a class. The government hastened to put the law of November 9 into practice. With unprecedented rapidity it established land regulation boards all over the country, urging the peasants to take advantage of the new freedom and giving aid to those breaking away from the community. Great numbers of peasants seized the opportunity. Within a few years a remarkable change in the forms of peasant land ownership took place, a change amounting almost to a revolution. Yet the removal of legal obstacles alone was not sufficient to make the peasants more prosperous. The newly created individual farmer had to fence his farmland, he had to build a house on the spot, he had to introduce new methods of cultivation, new rotations of crops, new ways of cattle breeding, he had, in short, to become a new man on his new piece of land. This was not impossible, but it required money, special knowledge, and time. And though the individualists were usually the better situated peasants, they were hardly able to improve their husbandry in a short time. The transition to private land ownership was a step forward to a better economic future, no doubt, but the fruits of this transition could be reaped only after long years of able and patient work under the wise guidance of an efficient government. The law of November 9 was intended to accelerate the process of differentiation in the village. It had to create a class of well-to-do individualistic farmers, conservative adherents of law and order, to counterbalance the economic radicalism manifested by the members of the village community. The immediate result was only one-sided. While the felicity of the prospective aristocracy still remained a question of the future, the increasing number of paupers became a menace for the present. The poorer peasants could make only one use: the veil of mourning. After the Revolution of 1905. V. Victus. 361. Of their freedom from the community they could sell their land. This they did, the purchasers usually being not their fellow peasants, but the village sharks, the exploiters of the community. Thus the differentiation resulted in hopes of prosperity for one pole of the village and in real destitution for the other. As to the bulk of the peasantry, they neither quit the community, nor did they sell their land. Now, as before, they had to live on their agricultural work and to derive their income from their barren, exhausted *strips. Their situation was by no means better than before the revolution. Famine became almost a constant feature of Russian rural life. Millions starved even in years of good crops. 20 millions of peasants had not enough bread to feed themselves and their families in 1911-12, and 8 millions were receiving hunger rations from the administration. The number of famine-stricken provinces in 1911-12 was 20, and the appropriations for the feeding of the starving peasants amounted to over 120 millions of rubles. The peasants had no reason to be happier now than before 1905. The industrial workingmen had obtained no right to organize for the defense of their economic interests. The revolution had left them a meager right to form labor unions, but, legally, the unions had to confine themselves to mutual aid or to educational work only, the conducting of strikes and collective bargaining with employers being strictly forbidden. In most cases the practice of the administration made even this limited right illusory. Practically, no labor organization for whatever purpose was tolerated. Over and over again the workingmen of the various trades in Petersburg and elsewhere tried to form organizations and to bring order into the chaos of the labor movement, and everywhere, sooner or later, under one pretext or another, their efforts were frustrated. 362 March, 1917 by the administration. At the same time the economic position of the workingmen became worse. The gains in shorter workdays and higher wages obtained in the course of the revolution were slipping out of their hands, organized capital was facing them as one solid front, while their own forces were scattered and shattered and the cost of living was rapidly growing. In 1912 a law providing for sick funds and accident compensation for industrial workingmen was enacted, the funds to be formed partly by deductions from the employees' wages, partly by contributions of the employers. The law in itself might have been of great value for the workingmen, but the practice of the administration allowing no meetings and no speeches in connection with the sick funds, suppressing publications and often arresting the labor representatives elected by their comrades to conduct the affairs of the funds, made the new law a source of annoyance and bitterness for the laboring masses. The workingmen certainly had no reason to be satisfied after the collapse of the revolution. The industrial world was allowed to organize, to expand, and even to exert influence over the government, but these privileges it had enjoyed also prior to 1905-06. The revolution had not changed its political status. True, representatives of industry and commerce now occupied a number of seats in the Imperial Duma and Imperial Council, some of them being leaders of political parties. Yet now, as before the revolution, industry and commerce had no political power. The right to determine economic, financial, military, and foreign policies remained entirely in the hands of the bureaucratic rulers, whose actions were not always guided by solicitude for an unhampered development of economic forces. Now, as before the revolution, the big associations of factory owners, according to official data, the average wages of a working man in 1910 were 244 rubles, an increase of 2 rubles compared with 1900-1901. V. Victus. 363. Aiders, railroad men, bankers, could see their wants satisfied only in a superlegal way, through private negotiations with bureaucrats higher up. This was hardly, as to the other portions, the government could easily overcome the obstacle. As a last resort, it could adjourn the Duma for a few months, in the meantime drawing freely from the state treasury. Should the Duma be stubborn in rejecting a bill which was desirable to the administration, there was Article 87 of the Fundamental Laws. This article provided that in case of a pressing need, when the legislative bodies were in recess and the time was short, the government was allowed to issue an emergency law which had later to receive the consent of the Duma and the Council. Repeatedly the government used this Article 87 as a means to overcome the obstruction of the Duma. In this way the law of November 9, 1906, was issued, the most radical land reform since 1861. And when, in the spring of 191, the Duma showed reluctance to pass a bill introducing national discrimination in the Zemstvo institutions to be established in 6 western provinces, the government adjourned the Duma for a period of 3 days, during which the Zemstvo bill was published on the basis of Article 87. In no time the institutions provided by the bill were created and the offices set to work, so that when the * emergency bill later came up before the Duma the V. Victus. 365. Zemstvo in the 6 provinces was already an accomplished fact, and the Duma was compelled to accept it. In similar fashion the government issued a number of other laws which were far from being dictated by emergencies, but were unacceptable to the Duma. The government was free. The Duma was a representation of a defeated people. The Duma had to be grateful for being allowed to live. The Black Hundred made it its policy to demand the dissolution of the Duma. In times of crises, rumors were abroad that the Duma was to be abolished or to be turned into a consulting body. The rumors were disquieting, because they seemed plausible. Nothing was impossible in the * land of unlimited possibilities v. Victus. The courts offered no more guarantees of justice. Prior to the revolution there had been a distinction between a court of justice and a tribunal of gendarmes. A court of justice based its decisions on evidence, on reliable witnesses, allowing the defendant to have his counsel. A tribunal of gendarmes inflicted punishments without evidence of guilt, trusting the stories of political spies and allowing no defense on the part of the convict. After the revolution this distinction disappeared. Judges sentenced people to heavy punishments, to exile, to life imprisonment without evidence, solely trusting the judgment of the gendarmes. Judges framed decisions not in accordance with the offense, but in obedience to orders received from the office of the governor, or the chief of gendarmes, or the leader of the Black Hundred. Judges disobeying orders were quickly removed. The bar associations, consisting of liberal lawyers who were fighting against lawlessness in the courts, were raided, searched, suspended, and their leaders often put into prison. At the bar the lawyers were treated not as respectable citizens cooperating with the judges in establishing the truth, but as scoundrels, uplifters, and plotters whose place. 366 March, 1917. Was in the prisoner's dock. Justice was an enemy of triumphant autocracy. Justice could only help the defeated people. Therefore justice was suspended. V. Victus. The free press was especially obnoxious to the victors. Immediately after the coup d'état of June 3, 1907, the government ordered, the publication or spreading of articles or other communications invoking a hostile attitude towards the government is forbidden / and * the spreading of alarming news concerning the actions of the government or a public calamity or other similar events is forbidden. Offenders were to be prosecuted by court. Should the court, however, find no criminal action in an undesirable press publication, the administration was allowed to impose on the publisher a fine of 500 rubles in localities under intensified vigilance and of 3,000 rubles in localities under extraordinary vigilance, which meant practically in every province of Russia. The press had thus to suffer from the whips of a biased court and the scorpions of an infuriated administration. Yet this was not enough. Confiscation of newspapers became a widespread practice. The press buildings were raided early in the morning, and the fresh sheets of newspapers containing articles undesirable to the administration were seized before reaching the readers. The press groaned under all this vigilance. In 191 the fines imposed on publishers amounted to 73,450 rubles, in 1912 the sum grew to 96,800, in 1913 it was already 129,775 rubles. The confiscations made some of the press publications appear almost apocryphal. In 1913 the daily, Life, was suspended 11 times in the course of 19 days, out of 17 issues of the Workman's Truth 15 were confiscated, the Northern Truth had 19 confiscations and 2 fines in the course of 25 days. Owing to arrests, some newspapers were compelled to change their editors nearly every month. There were newspapers which had 6 or 7 or even more editors in prison. V. Victus. 367. These prosecutions were sometimes due to no offense at all. The censor, the chief of police, the district attorney, were at liberty to curb the press without any special reason. The press at large was an enemy. The press had to suffer. V. Victus. In 1905 and 1906 hundreds of books, thousands of leaflets had been issued. At that time the press was almost free. The administration did not interfere. After 1907, with the growth of its self-assurance, the government began to put on trial the authors of those books and leaflets. Hundreds of authors whose works of the stormy years had long been out of the market, and almost forgotten, were tried and sentenced to 1 to 3 years * imprisonment. No consideration was given to name, to fame, to age. Nicholas Morozov, the old revolutionist, who had spent in the fortress of Schlüsselburg, in solitary confinement 24 years and after his release had become famous as a scientist and a poet, was again put into prison for a year's term for his book of philosophical poems, Star Songs. Society was indignant. Intellectual Russia was shocked. But revenge is revenge. Nicholas Morozov stood too high in public opinion. He manifested a youthful energy in literary and social work. He had to share the fate of all enemies. V. Victus. The right of assemblage and the right to organize were not abandoned, but societies and meetings were put under the supervision of the local administration, which amounted to almost complete suppression. Here is an example of administrative activity in regard to organizations. In 1913 the Petersburg authorities refused charters to the Hygiene Society, the Science and Life Circle, the Gathering of Industry and Commerce Employees, the Gathering of Artists and Writers, the Ars Literary Society, the Union of Typographical Workers, the Union of 368 March 1917 Steam Heat Workers, etc. The authorities dissolved THRD Society of Professional Photographers, the Educational Society of the Nevsky Borough, the Lux Society, the Esperanto Society, the Society of Jurists, the Religious Society, the Good Shepherd, the House of Mercy Society, the Women's Mutual Aid Association. Numerous meetings and lectures on current events, on the activities of the Imperial Duma, on labor sick funds, on art, literature, science, education, were suppressed. In Kiev a lecture of the Duma representatives, Professor Ivanov and M. Shingarev, on the political parties in the Duma, a lecture in the Theological Society on the structure of the Russian Church, a literary recital in memory of the poet Shevchenko, a flower day for the benefit of the Free Firemen's Association, were not permitted. Most of the suppressed societies pursued no political ends whatever. Most of the lectures were of a purely educational character. But education was as much an enemy of autocracy as open political opposition. Education had to be suppressed. The rule of extraordinary vigilance spread all over Russia. Under this rule the local authorities were allowed to substitute for the existing laws their own arbitrary regulations, touching not only public affairs, but practically every realm of human activities. Under the rule of extraordinary vigilance, houses were searched, people were arrested without warrant and exiled without trial. Under the same rule it could happen that the chief of police of Yalta ordered every inhabitant to greet him when meeting him in Karat-e streets. The governor of Nizhny Novgorod forbade a singer to sing Chopin's Spring at a concert, because it was a translation from the Polish and therefore obnoxious to the patriotic soul of a Russian. Under the rule of vigilance the governor of Kiev ordered the cooperative organizations of his province to subscribe to no newspapers whatever, and the governors of many other provinces exiled to Siberia there. Famine is coming. By N. Pirogov. V. Victus. 369. Personal enemies who had nothing to do with politics. Under the rule of vigilance the assistant governor of Charkov closed the Charkov Medical Society, with its net of hospitals, bacteriological institute, laboratories, vaccination points, constructed with great care in the course of half a century. Under the rule of vigilance every governor and governor-general became independent in local affairs. Russia was split into a number of kingdoms, each ruled by its own autocrat. The extreme centralization of Russia became the opposite. The central government was often disgusted by the notoriety of local rulers, but it was helpless, the local rulers being backed by members of the Star Chamber, which was more powerful than all the ministers combined. Russia was disintegrated, yet united by the general trend of administrative zeal. The cue was given from Petersburg. Those were the years when Tsar Nicholas II identified himself with the Black Hundred, wearing the insignia of this organization and pardoning participants in pogroms who had been found guilty by the courts. A negative policy alone was not sufficient. One had to invent a program of positive work. One had to be able to parade in the cloak of saviors of the people. One needed an axle for the huge administrative wheel of destruction. This was readily found in the storeroom of the Russian autocracy. It was militant nationalism. Russia includes a great number of non-Russian nationalities. Poles, Jews, Finns, Lets, Lithuanians, Tartars, Caucasians. Those nationalities, suffering more than the native Russians under the yoke of autocracy, had manifested a comparatively deeper revolutionary excitement and had fought the most determined revolutionary battles. Now the victorious autocracy made them the object of its special attention. The strangers were declared enemies of the Russian people. Their intention, it was asserted, had been the dismemberment of great. 370 March, 1917. Russia and the enthralling of the Russian masses. The people, therefore, must fight against those destroyers, it was urged. The government ought to help to save Russia from her internal menace. A war of extermination was declared against all small nationalities, especially against the Jews, who had been most conspicuous in the revolution. Polish schools were prosecuted. The Pohsh language was placed under ban. Finland was robbed of the major part of its autonomy. The law of June 17, 1910, exempting from the jurisdiction of the Finnish parliament all affairs which related to the empire at large, the Russian Imperial Duma and the Russian government were made the supreme legislators of Finland in the most vital problems. As to the Jews, there was hardly any measure that had not been tried before to hurt their dignity and make their life intolerable. The government could only vary its old measures, making them more ingenious, more subtle, more humiliating. This it did with great inventiveness and zest. Still, it lacked a great issue, a central point, a striking slogan. This was found in the blood accusation. The government semi-officially accepted the theory that the Jews were using Christian blood for religious purposes. Ages-old legends were revived. Sinister writers were quoted. The black press threw poisonous rumors into the heart of the masses. Soon the dark rumors assumed shape. The Mendel Baylis case was staged with great circumstance. Mendel Baylis was a poor Jewish factory employee in a suburb of Kiev. Not far from the brickyard where he lived the body of a murdered Christian boy was discovered. No connection whatever could be established between the murder and Mendel Baylis. Yet the local authorities, in perfect accord with the wishes of the central government, declared Bayless to be the murderer of the boy and the crime to have been committed with a religious purpose, that of using the blood in the Jewish v. Victus. 371. Passover bread. Bayless was imprisoned. A prosecution was started. For 2 years the Bayless case was in the center of public attention. The government attached tremendous importance to this particular case, which was, after all, only one instance among a million manifestations of administrative contempt for law. The government, as it were, made the case a test trial between itself and the opposing forces. It seemed as if in this case all the nationalistic policies of the post-revolutionary period found their culmination. For 2 years the loyal press fed on the blood accusation. The most hateful rumors were spread. Medieval conceptions were revived. It looked as if Russia had no greater problems and no deeper interests than the Kiev blood case. When, at last, after long delays, the case came up for trial, all Russia was astir. The circulation of newspapers reached unheard of dimensions. The proceedings of the court, lasting fully 35 days, were minutely followed with the most absorbing interest. The government lost the case. Notwithstanding the pressure on the jury, notwithstanding the elaborate testimony of professors in the employ of the government, notwithstanding the participation in the trial of the most notorious leaders of the Black Hundred, Bayless was declared not guilty. This was a blow to the government, but the nationalistic course continued in the same reckless manner. Soon new blood trials came up, and the pogrom propaganda was openly conducted by the black press and the black organizations. The position of the Black Hundred during those years was peculiar. It was, perhaps, the most obvious manifestation of governmental decay. An ordinary petty merchant, or a member of the lower clergy, or an obscure personage without any occupation, gathering around himself a dozen or so unscrupulous individuals of the slums. 372 March 1917 could actually terrorize an entire city. The dozen individuals would call themselves the local committee of the Union of Russian People, the organizer would be named the leader of the organization, and soon the activities of the group would begin, to the despair of an entire community. The Black Hundred organized patriotic processions, and the authorities were obliged to give them aid and participate in the manifestations. The Black Hundred announced patriotic services, and the clergy, knowing very well the caliber of the organization and the moral complexion of its members, were afraid to refuse. What is more, the authorities, high and low, including the priests, were obliged to enlist in the Black Hundred, though many were loath to do so. In case of opposition, or even silent discontent, on the part of an administrator, telegrams were sent to Petersburg to the heads of the organization, to the patriotic press, to the Tsar. As a rule, the desires of the Black Hundred were given full satisfaction, and the local obstructionists had either to yield or to leave. It goes without saying that all the lawless acts of the Black Hundred and those affiliated with it remained unpunished. Single individuals without talent or position made governors, professors, lawyers, district attorneys, bishops tremble. A score of degraded blacks armed with rifles spread panic over large cities. Nobody could offer resistance. It was a time when stupid and brutal oppression was a kind of advertisement for an administrator. The more senseless, the more glaring, the more notorious a measure was, the more indignation it aroused in progressive circles, the more conspicuous were its lawlessness and injurious effects, the more hostile comment it invoked, the more successful was the author of the measure. The author of this work happened to read a peculiar literary production of the Black Hundred. It was a pamphlet issued by the Baku Committee of the Union of the Russian People, imputing to the local chief of police, the mayor, and one of the richest oil kings the organization of a revolutionary commune. A meeting of the Black Hundred. As seen by a cartoonist. Chapter XXXIII. The Revival. And yet spring was spring. In the summer of 1909 I was walking with several of my friends through the beautiful pinewoods near Kiev. On Euro of the young men started to hum a revolutionary song. "Stop it," another disgustedly remarked. "Why?" I asked. Don't you see? It is bad taste. It was true. In the summer of 1909 it was bad taste to sing revolutionary songs in Russia. In the summer of 1914, however, revolutionary songs echoed over the great plains of Russia, and nobody considered it bad taste. Old values had gained a new attractiveness. Old slogans had revived. But it was a painful and harrowing process. It started with bitter disappointment. The revolutionary movement was dead. The celebrated working man proved to be powerless. The peasants were beaten into unconsciousness. The air was full of a bloody mist. What could be done? The intellectual soul, the most restless factor in the revolution, was feverishly groping for a way out. The political road was blocked. Social ideas had become disgusting. The gods of yesterday were crushed, turned to dust. Who was going to be the new god? Part of the Russian intellectuals had become interested in religious ideas. Revolutionists and materialists of a year or two before were now ardent readers of theological literature, ardent seekers of God as they were readily named. Another portion tried to find themselves. 373. 374 March, 1917 through an exaggerated estimation of sex emotions, seeing in Artsy Bashev Sanin a new slogan and a new light. Still others resorted to the sad Russian consolation self-reproach. A remarkable literary monument has remained from those days, the collection of articles entitled Guideposts. The book was written by a number of well-known philosophers, publicists, and writers, who had been very sympathetic with the revolution though not affiliated with any revolutionary organization. Now they stepped forth with a long series of accusations against the revolutionary intellectuals, i.e., against all intellectual Russia. The intellectuals had attached too much importance to political and social problems and had neglected their inner life, the guideposts asserted. The intellectuals had ignored the great problems of philosophy, of mysticism, of religion, thus losing sight of the greatest values, and their struggle for freedom had been of no significance. The intellectuals were too realistic and too materialistic. The intellectuals valued freedom and adhered to a philosophy that had no room for freedom, they valued personality and adhered to a philosophy that had no room for personality, they valued the meaning of progress and they adhered to a philosophy that had no room for a meaning of progress, they valued human coherence and they cherished a philosophy that had no room for the coherence of humanity. The intellectuals lacked a deeper morality. The intellectuals had no sense of real justice. The intellectuals had too much respect for rules and regulations and too little inner freedom. The intellectuals had no knowledge, no real understanding of political situations, no real love for the people. The intellectuals worshipped the people but at the same time. Diamond suit Nicholas Berdyaev, The Philosophical Truth, in the Guideposts, pages 20-21. The Revival. 375. Deemed themselves spiritual aristocrats elevated above the people. The intellectuals were a host of sick people, isolated in their native country. The guideposts were a manifestation of reaction against the recent nervous strain. The book called The Intellectual carried back to himself, to his inner self, away from scourging reality. The tremendous success of the book, the volume of comment it aroused, proved that it struck a vital chord. For a long time the guideposts were the most absorbing topic of conversation. It looked as if intellectual Russia was really shaking from its feet the dust of the revolution. But how about political life? How about social problems? How could the nameless sufferings of the people be removed through a return of the individual into himself? This the guideposts could not answer, being, as they were, an expression of sheer despair. In the ranks of those intellectuals who had remained faithful to the revolutionary ideals, there was much confusion, much talk, and almost no constructive work. The Revolutionary Party organization split into many small factions engaged in the most bitter controversies. The Social Revolutionary Party received a severe blow through the revelations of the role of agents provocateurs in its highest offices. For a time it lost its prestige and struggled hard to retain a foothold. In the Social Democratic Party, the controversy between the Bolsheviki and Mensheviki, dating from the Second Convention of the party in 1903, became more acute, splitting the party into two hostile factions, each of which was further divided into various minor groups, representing different shades of opinion. The original controversy between the Mensheviki and Bolsheviki centered in the question of more or less centralization in the secret revolutionary organization. The divergence of views was in reality very slight, and only *LBTD, p. 87. 376 March, 1917. The abnormal conditions of an underground organization made it appear of any significance. In the course of the revolution, however, and especially after the collapse of the 1905-06 mass movement, the difference of opinion developed into two opposed conceptions of mass movement, two methods of political activity. The Mensheviki were more realistic, the Bolsheviki more dogmatic. The Mensheviki tried to adapt their tactics and urged the masses to adapt their movements to the political juncture of the moment. The Bolsheviki believed in the possibility and feasibility of a permanent revolution quite independent of the political situation in Russia. The Mensheviki appealed to political wisdom, to cautious deliberation, to a broad view. The Bolsheviki had one goal in mind, an armed insurrection. The Mensheviki were convinced that a revolution in Russia was possible only as a result of combined efforts of all classes, groups, and professions, industry and commerce not excluded. The Bolsheviki imagined the revolution as an uprising of the workingmen and peasants against the autocracy and capitalistic parties, ultimately resulting in a dictatorship of the workingmen and peasants, which alone would secure real democracy and freedom. The Mensheviki had more faith in movements of large masses, even if the movements in themselves were of no outspoken radical character. The Bolsheviki believed only in one kind of movement, that of an extreme revolutionary character, armed insurrection, or preparation for it. The Mensheviki emphasized the necessity of education, of patient and prolonged organizing activity. Menshevik member of the minority, Bolshevik member of the majority. At the second convention of the party in 1903, one of the factions formed a slight majority, the other a minority. Hence the names of both factions. In the course of time the former convention majority became a minority of the Russian Social Democrats, yet the name remained. The words Bolsheviki and Mensheviki have now lost their connotation of majority or minority. The words are simply names of two factions. The revival. 377. Among the raw masses. The Bolsheviki cherished the idea of conspiracy, of instigating and enticing the masses by the brave example of small, well-organized groups of armed revolutionists. The Mensheviki laid much stress on the movement itself and little on the initiative or the plans of a secret organization. The Bolsheviki were inclined to believe that the masses as such had no political wisdom and no clear understanding of their own interest, and that they were apt to go astray without the leadership of wise conspirators. This difference of conceptions led to severe clashes in practical affairs. In the First and Second Duma, the Mensheviki thought political agreements with the constitutional Democrats advisable, trusting the latter to be real opponents of the autocratic regime. The Bolsheviki looked upon a combination of Social Democrats and Constitutional Democrats to uphold the same slogans as a betrayal of the interests of the working class. George Plekhanov, the famous theorist of the Russian social democracy, thus formulated the standpoint of the Mensheviki. We have two enemies. A wise strategy demands that we first concentrate our efforts on one of them. After having defeated the first enemy, we shall fall upon the other. This was the way of the great master in tactical problems. Napoleon I. Now, what ought to be the first object of our attack? Of course, the government. Let us, therefore, concentrate our forces on this enemy. The government meets, and will for a long time to come continue to meet with opposition on the part of the constitutional Democrats. This means that your enemies are hostile to each other as yet. It is, Therefore, only wise tactics that in concentrating your forces against the government, you use the constitutional democratic opposition for the benefit of the revolution. The Bolsheviki, however, believed that the constitutional demo GV Plekhanov, IT, and they, p. 378 March, 1917 Kratz were ready at any time to betray the interests of democracy by entering into an agreement with the absolute government as the price of trivial concessions. During the months of comparative freedom in 1905 and 1906, the Mensheviki undertook propaganda in favor of a great labor convention, not a convention of party members, not even a convention of revolutionists, but a convention of representatives of the labor masses, elected at broad gatherings of factory workers. A convention of this kind, they emphasized, would be of tremendous organizing value, bringing order into the confusion of the labor movement and exercising much more authority over the workingmen than any revolutionary committee. The Mensheviki anticipated that a labor convention might refuse some of the social democratic demands, yet in their opinion a great concrete movement of a progressive character was infinitely more valuable than the integrity of their party program. They believed in mass movements. An organization of workingmen, even erring for a while and losing sight of the social democratic conceptions, would ultimately find the right way, they believed. The Mensheviki valued above all the purity of principles. The control of their organization over the mass movement, the strict adherence to social democratic slogans was for them of supreme importance. They had no confidence in the political sense of a broad labor gathering, and they bitterly opposed the idea of handing over the fate of the labor movement to haphazard representatives of the masses. After the collapse of the revolution, the Mensheviki believed that an armed insurrection was impossible for the time being. They refused to call the masses to new battles which they were doomed to lose. The Bolsheviki thought this was detrimental to the cause of the revolution. In their opinion there was no reason for changing the old slogans and the old tactics. In the dark years of distress, the Mensheviki were the revival. 379. Loath to return to underground work. Conspiracy and secrecy was good for small circles, like the first social democratic groups before the revolution, they thought. A broad labor movement, however, oppressed by the government, could gain little through underground methods which necessarily must be confined to very small groups, they asserted. The Mensheviki, therefore, seized every opportunity to organize the masses on a legal basis. Mutual aid associations, cooperative societies, sporting circles, educational groups were all beneficial for the labor movement and ultimately for the revolution, they believed. In their work they had to adapt themselves to political conditions, they had to curtail their demands, to muffle their slogans, even to hide their political physiognomy, yet they trusted the good judgment of the workingmen, believing that at the proper time the right slogans would find ample adherents. The Bolsheviki scoffed at such methods, considering that they represented an abandonment of revolutionary hopes and a misleading of the masses. The masses, however, knew nothing of either the Mensheviki or the Bolsheviki. The masses were living their own lives, slowly digesting the lessons of 1905-06, making their own estimate of recent events, and gradually recovering from the shock. The great masses of the working population retained much more revolutionary energy and more hope for the future than the disappointed and downhearted intellectuals were disposed to believe. Slowly, but steadily, life was changing its aspect. People were learning to read. People were becoming interested in current political events. From 1908 to 1909, according to official data, the number of persons subscribing to the public press grew 25%. Books were now finding their way among the masses much more genially than before the revolution. The pressure of the censorship was severe, yet, notwithstanding all diffy. 38 March 1917 Culties, the press was speaking a free language, and the readers were gradually receiving political education. Unions and organizations were under ban, yet slowly the country was organizing, and people were learning to partake in collective affairs. Cooperative organizations were rapidly spreading, both among the city population and among the peasants. In 1905 the number of cooperative organizations in Russia was 4,479, in 191 their number increased to 19,253, in 1912 there were already 25,513 and in 1913 over 30,000 organizations. Each organization, whatever its aims might have been, was a little center for education and self-discipline. Labor unions were being organized, and the most strenuous efforts were being made to overcome the obstruction of the administration. The efforts repeatedly failed, yet they were beneficial for the working population in developing solidarity and a feeling of self-reliance. Meetings and lectures were considered perilous by the government, yet greater than the stubbornness of the administration was the striving of the masses to meet, to discuss their affairs, to listen to a word of truth. Russia was being driven by the government into the apathy and silence of the pre-revolutionary times. Yet Russia had become a constitutional country, legally if not in practice, and nobody could stem the rising of a new spirit. The tone of life had changed. The attitude towards the authorities had changed. The government had descended from the clouds where in former years it appeared to the average citizen to dwell. People had learned to understand that the ministers were ordinary human beings whose actions could be criticized not in a whisper, but openly and publicly before the entire country. The government had lost its halo of mystery. This was perhaps the greatest achievement of the revolution. People began to think of public affairs as comprehensible to everybody. Politics became an everyday matter. The country had now a center, the Imperial Duma. The revival. Q 381. The Duma had no power to act, yet it had the power to criticize, to reveal evils, to enlighten the masses, to create public sentiment and public opinion. The Duma was the great tribunal whose word was sounding all over the country. The majority of the Duma were compromising with the government, yet even the conservative factions often became disgusted and burst out with an impressive criticism of the existing order. The minority, consisting of Social Democrats, Trudoviki and Constitutional Democrats, faithfully and unremittingly exposed the inefficiency, the helplessness, the lack of real patriotism, the meanness and the cruelty of the administration. Not one point in the great realm of internal and foreign politics remained untouched, not one action remained unscrutinized. The press conveyed the Duma speeches to millions of readers. The administration did not dare to stop their publication, though attempts were repeatedly made to do so. The country silently absorbed all the news of the proceedings of the Duma. The country was quiet. Nobody could tell how deeply the seeds were sinking into the heart of the people. One thing was clear: people learned to look upon the Duma as a legitimate institution, the defender of their interests, the expression of their wishes and ideals. The existence of the Duma marked the radical difference between pre-revolutionary and post-revolutionary times. The Duma was powerless in actual political life, yet powerful by the confidence of the people. The period of silence was brief. As in the beginning of the first tide, the students started the movement. In the fall of 1910, Tolstoy, whose protest against the executions had touched the heart of every civilized Russian, breathed his last. In November, thousands of students protested against capital punishment in memory of Tolstoy. A wave of students' strikes rolled from Petersburg to Moscow, Kharkov, Kiev, Odessa. The students organized manifestations, with flags bearing the inscription 382 March 1917. Away with capital punishment. The government imprisoned a number of students. This led to a new series of strikes in December 1910, and in the early part of 191. Revolutionary meetings were held and resolutions passed condemning the government. In 191 the labor movement began to be felt in Russian public life. Sporadic strikes had never stopped since the revolution. Now they became more impressive, comprising great masses, totaling hundreds of thousands of workmen yearly. The strikes were originally of an economic character, the workmen trying to regain their losses of 1906-07. Soon, however, political strikes became quite frequent. The working masses manifested a spirit of unrest. They responded to current political events, they backed their press, they held meetings, they sent petitions to the Duma, and time and again they went on strike protesting against public outrages. In 1913-14 the air was again full of electricity. January 9 was celebrated in Petersburg by a strike of 55,000 workingmen and by many thousands all over the country. April 4, the anniversary of a shocking slaughter of workingmen in the gold fields of Lena, Siberia, witnessed a strike of 80,000 in Petersburg, 10,000 in Moscow and many smaller strikes in other cities. On May 1 the traditional May Day strike took place, spreading into the remotest towns of the country. Meetings were held, street demonstrations were organized, the slogans being, freedom of labor unions, an 8-hour workday and a protest against militarism and the Balkan War. The number of strikers was in Petersburg 220,000, in Moscow 50,000, in Riga 50,000, in Kharkov 15,000 and in other cities many tens of thousands. In June 1913, a great protest strike against the prosecution of the labor press took place. The movement widened in scope and became of an ever more revolutionary character. In the spring of 1914 it looked as if labor had lost all fear of the administra. The revival 383. The workingmen ignored the rules and regulations in the same spirit as in 1905. Street demonstrations of tens of thousands of workingmen became a permanent feature of Petersburg life. It must be noted that already in the spring of 1914 the government hesitated to slaughter its opponents in the manner of former years. Something had changed. Public sentiment had moved from the dead point. The intellectuals, encouraged by the rising tide, were lifting their heads. New hopes were growing. New beliefs refreshed the starving souls. In the summer of 1914 there were already collisions in the streets of Petersburg between the workingmen and the troops. Revolutionary songs were no longer a manifestation of bad taste. Chapter 3. In and around the Duma. Then the war came. The Russian government was not prepared. It had cherished imperialistic plans and it had given great care to the reorganization of the army after the Russo-Japanese War, yet it was not prepared. Russian autocracy was never prepared when it had to face grave national problems. At the beginning of the war a wave of patriotism swept the heterogeneous country. Russians and Ukrainians, Poles and Jews pledged their loyalty and expressed their willingness to uphold the fatherland, in the firm belief that now, when the integrity of the country was at stake, the government would certainly make concessions to the people. The government answered by closing all the labor organizations, by annihilating the labor press, by establishing censorship not only over military news but over all expressions of public opinion in the press, by arresting, trying and exiling to Siberia 5 Social Democratic members of the Imperial Duma, by tightening the administrative grip over all free movements of the country and by a series of outrages against the Jews, who were accused in general of being German spies and of whom hundreds of thousands were driven out of the cities near the Western Front. The readiness of patriotic elements to help their country in times of peril were met with a grim countenance and a menacing fist. For a time after the beginning of the war, the success of the Russian arms in Galicia and the apparent perfection of the Russian military organization rendered the government self-confident. The country was in a state of confusion. The hardships of war and the Great Sack 384. In and around the Duma 385 rifices demanded from the citizens seemed to leave no time or desire for political movements. The summer of 1915 witnessed a change for the worse in the situation of the army. The retreat from Galicia and the fall of Warsaw, coupled with the defeats of the previous autumn in the Masurian marshes, showed that something was wrong with the fighting power of the nation. The soldiers were brave, that was beyond all question. The country, with the exception of small minorities, was in favor of a decisive victory. Yet the Russian army was retreating, and large portions of the Russian territory were in the hands of the foe. How was this possible? A parallel with the Japanese War of 1904-05 was readily drawn. In the 9 years after that war, great efforts had been made to increase the fighting capacity of the army. The soldiers were better kept, better fed, better armed, and were in the main better educated than had been the soldiers in Manchuria. Still, there were defeats. Was not the fault with the old administrative machinery? Gradually it dawned upon the masses that the Great World War was different from all previous wars, that it was not merely a war of governments conducted by armed men, but a war of peoples, that to hold out in those gigantic struggles, the entire nation must be organized and efficiently cooperating with the men at the front, that able and ardent activities in farming, industry, commerce, transportation were as necessary for victory as shells and rifles. Slowly, but firmly, this idea permeated minds in Russia. Little observation was required to conclude that Russia could not organize because the administration was in the way of the people. Every attempt at concerted action on the part of Russian citizens was blocked by the government as an act of sedition. How could the country mobilize to uphold the army? 386 March, 1917. The government was waging war simultaneously on two fronts, against the foreign enemy and against its own people. Was there any hope of stemming the tide of enemy armies overflooding the fatherland? The government, refusing to accept the aid of the people, whose combined energies were capable of making the momentous natural resources of the country available for war purposes, was practically serving the cause of the enemy. Was it not the patriotic duty of every fair-minded citizen to help overthrow the government and to put into office men enjoying the confidence of the people? Thus the old mistrust of autocracy on the part of moderate elements, the old dissatisfaction of more radical groups, the old revolutionary glow in the hearts of the extreme left, received a new, powerful ally, the patriotic indignation of the people against an order endangering the very existence of the country. Still, the country was downtrodden, terrorized, made speechless by the administration. The press was muzzled. The citizens were not allowed to express their sentiments. There ought to be no politics, one of the administrators, the Minister of the Interior Khvostov, declared in a public statement. I pursue no politics, I have consciously given it up, and I cannot allow others to pursue it. This was said 15 months after the beginning of the war, but this was the program of the administration during all those months of trial. Active elements of the people had organized to help the army, to lessen some of the evils caused by reckless administration. The Zemstvos formed a national union of Zemstvos to provide the army with food, clothes, and other necessities. The municipalities formed a union of cities with a similar program. Big industry formed an industrial military committee with branches all over Russia to mobilize industry for war purposes, to aid the placing of internal loans, to solve difficult problems of transportation, to adjust conflicts between capital and in and around the Duma. 387. Labor, and generally to adapt the economic organism of the country to the requirements of wartime. Those three organizations were supported by large portions of the population, including the workingmen who participated in the local and central bodies of the Industrial Military Committee. It was an open secret that without those organizations, which practically eliminated the bureaucratic food supply offices, the situation of the army would have been far worse. Yet the government looked upon them with hostile eyes, their actions were being interfered with, their decisions often ignored, their agents treated as meddlers. The unions of Zemstvos and cities and the Industrial Committee had to be extremely cautious for fear of being dissolved. Under such circumstances, there was only one body that could voice the sentiment of the people, the Imperial Duma. In the summer of 1915, the Duma assumed a tone of sharp, indignant opposition. The spirit of a deeply stirred country made itself heard through the utterances of the radical and even moderate deputies. The summer session opened on July 19. Many of the deputies had come to the Tauric Palace from the front, wearing military uniforms. Many had returned from their work in the Red Cross units. There was something fresh, vigorous in the demeanor of the representatives of the people. The speeches of the day were made by Paul Malukov, the leader of the Constitutional Democrats, and Alexander Kerensky, the leader of the Trudoviki. This is the third time that we have met during this war, Malukov began. The first time, at the very beginning of the war, the people gave us one mandate: we had to express, and express we did, the sentiment of high patriotic enthusiasm of all nationalities, all social groups, all political affiliations. Half a year later, in January, we came here with another feeling, the feeling of patriotic alarm. We then kept this feeling to ourselves. Yet in 388 March, 1917 closed sessions of committees we told the government all that filled the soul of the people. The answer we received did not calm us, it amounted to saying that the government could get along without us, without our cooperation. Today we have convened in a moment of grave trial for our fatherland. The patriotic alarm of the representatives of the people has proved to be well founded, to the misfortune of our country. Secret things have become open, and the assertions of half a year ago have turned out to be mere words. Yet the country cannot be satisfied with words. The people wish to take affairs into their own hands and to correct what has been neglected. The people look upon us as upon legal executors of their will */ this was the cue to the demands of the Duma. The people wish to take affairs into their own hands. The people cannot tolerate an irresponsible government any longer. The Crown has to form a new cabinet with the approval of the majority of the Duma. This was not abstract criticism. It was a concrete demand. It showed a way out of the blind alley into which the government had driven the country. It preached no violent changes. It appealed to the supreme power to appoint ministers in accord with the representatives of the people in order to save the country. This could be done in one day, if the Crown agreed to it. It was a plain program, comprehensible to the masses, seemingly moderate, yet it marked a turning point in the history of the Duma. For the first time since the coup d'état of 1907, the majority of the Duma demanded a government responsible to the Duma. Another chord was struck by the same Malukov on the first day of the session, a problem was touched which played a remarkable role in the later development of events. Malukov raised the question of treason in the higher military ranks. High up and low down, he said, among the educated and among the illiterate PEO. In and around the Duma 389 pi, in the capital and in the remotest provincial towns, from one end of our great country to the other, rumors creep, rumors of perfidy, of treason. The rumors reach high, halting at no one. The highest command of the army has been transferred into other hands, yet it must be stated that a mere resignation of the war minister can satisfy neither the army nor the country. Only a court investigation could put an end to the persistent rumors and separate the innocent from the guilty. This was an expression of the anxiety of the army, which had seen its military commanders in action and had grown to believe that the victory of Russian arms was not the highest aim of the highest military authorities. Still another point was touched upon by Alexander Kerensky. Remember, he said, addressing himself to the Duma, remember that the urgent need of the moment is not legislative work, but the creation of a new, sound governmental power, the creation of a new system of administration. When the nation is in danger, you must act promptly and with certainty. Appeal to the people themselves to take into their hands the salvation of the country and to fight for a full right to govern the state. This was a direct appeal for a revolution. Events have proved that the attitude of the Duma created a profound impression in the country. The Duma had now, for the first time since 1907, a majority in outspoken opposition to the cabinet. This majority was a result of careful negotiations between the various factions of the Duma. On August 22 a formal coalition, known as the Progressive Bloc, was established, comprising the Constitutional Democrats, the Progressives, the Octobrists, the Center Group and the Progressive faction of the Nationalists, all together controlling a majority of votes in the Duma. The program of the bloc was far from satisfying the radical groups, such as the Trudoviki and the Social Democrats, yet it contained 390 March, 1917 a number of reforms indispensable for the country, chief among which were a government responsible to the Duma, elimination of a double administration, military and civil, in matters not pertaining directly to military operations, amnesty for political prisoners and exiles, autonomy for Poland, gradual abolition of the restrictions upon the Jews, a conciliatory policy in regard to Finland, restoration of the Ukrainian press, restoration of the labor unions and abolition of prosecution of workingmen's representatives in the sick funds, abolition of legal restrictions in regard to the peasants, a revision of the Zemstvo electoral law and of the municipal electoral law, etc. A similar bloc of a moderately progressive character was formed in the Imperial Council, which had been far more conservative than the Imperial Duma. Thus the legislative bodies presented a united front, which made their position stronger. Beginning July-August 1915, the political movement of the country centered in and around the Duma. The country responded. The Moscow City Council passed a resolution demanding a responsible government. The Moscow Merchants Association joined in. A national convention of representatives of industry and commerce, the leading body of Russian capitalists' organizations, passed a similar resolution. The Petrograd City Council passed a resolution which reads in part, "The forces of the Russian people are inexhaustible, their resolution to continue the fight to a victorious end is unalterable, their confidence in the army and in coming victory is unshakable. Yet the way of those forces ought to be made clear, they ought to be headed by a government not guilty of the crimes of the past, powerful by the confidence of the people, capable of rising to that height of." In and around the Duma 391 statesmanlike wisdom which is required by the gravity of the moment. A severe retaliation ought to fall on the heads of those who have stained themselves with the filth of selfish greed and with the blood of their brethren. The City Council implores the Emperor to create a government of new persons enjoying the confidence of the people. Similar resolutions came from various parts of the country. A responsible government became the slogan of the time. It was a moderate program. It included reforms dictated by the urgency of the moment. It did not even mention universal suffrage. People accepted this program, because it seemed that the crown would accede to it. Was not the progressive bloc monarchic? Did it not express its loyalty to the dynasty? Was not the dynasty interested in saving the country? The government replied by interrupting the session of the Duma and suspending it on September 3 for an indefinite period. Chapter XXXV. The Rising Storm. Strange times followed. With every month, the disaster of the war made itself felt more keenly, with every month, the general unrest, the dark rumors, the confusion grew. And with every month the recklessness and stubbornness of the government increased. The country was facing starvation, not because it lacked food, but because the food supplies were not properly managed. According to official estimates, the surplus of the four leading grains in Russia over the requirements of the army and the civil population was in 1915 nearly 500 millions of poods, in 1916 over 440 millions. The surplus of butter, sugar, and other necessities was comparatively smaller, yet there was no shortage of foodstuffs. Even assuming that the official estimates were too optimistic, it is evident that the country was sufficiently provided with food, and there was no real famine. Yet the country suffered. The population was alarmed. Prices reached unheard of dimensions. The poor were starving. The only reason was the inability of the government to cope with the situation. There was no uniform policy, no plan, no concern about the future. The government paid fixed prices for its own purchases, but left the prices for private purchases free. The local authorities fixed prices of commodities each in its own district, yet the prices varied from town to town, and in large portions of the country there were no fixed prices at all. Rules and regulations as to distribution of foodstuffs were being issued by the Minister of Agriculture, by the Minister of the Interior, by the 392. The Rising Storm. 393. Minister of Communications, by special conferences, civil and military, by the Cabinet as a whole, by agents of the central government, by local governors, chiefs of police, etc., etc., and they often contradicted each other. Agents of the government, making purchases for the army in a certain district, would issue orders forbidding the export of foodstuffs from this district into other parts of Russia. Oftentimes the district, being one of the granaries of Russia, would contain tremendous amounts of foodstuffs while the governmental purchases to be made in it were comparatively small, even trifling, yet the entire district would be closed for all the rest of the country. Russia practically split into a number of small units with no exchange of foods. All this chaos of haphazard experiments resulted in speculation, in frauds, in artificial raising of prices and in sufferings for the civil population as well as losses for the government. To bring order out of this chaos, the government would have had to listen to public opinion, to call a convention of specialists, with representatives of the various popular organizations, to work out a definite plan of a uniform policy, to engage the cooperation of the Zemstvos, the cities, the military-industrial committee, the cooperative organizations and every other private organization that would be willing to put its hand to this national task. It was not a problem of more or less freedom, of one or the other form of government. It was a task of saving the country from hunger and the army from defeat. So it was understood by everybody. The government did the reverse. It declared a war of extermination against all social organizations engaged in the food problem. It closed the national office of the Russian cooperative organizations which were making every effort to help their members in hard times. It rejected all proposals to call a food convention. It used the recess of the Duma to issue laws on the basis of 394 March 1917 Article 87, some of them having a direct bearing upon the war, such as taxation of war profits. It arrested workmen's representatives in the military-industrial committees who were arbitrating between employers and employees, establishing public kitchens in poor communities, organizing labor unions and cooperative societies and trying to regulate the outbursts of strikes. It put obstacles in the way of the unions of Zemstvos and cities. To crown all these measures, in the summer of 1916, it ordered that no conventions, carried conferences or congresses of whatever kind should be held. The order met with an outburst of indignation all over the country. The spirit of dissatisfaction was growing. The government itself was restless. It felt its helplessness. The country was still silent, yet contempt and disgust met every step and every measure of the administration. The army was still loyal, yet things were being whispered in the trenches, and dark misgivings were spreading in the military ranks. The bureaucratic machinery was still intact, yet the task was becoming immense, the tide of requirements was overwhelming, and no success crowned the efforts of the chinovniks. A perpetuum mobile of ministers began. Premier Gormikin was succeeded by Premier Sturmer, Sturmer by Trepov and Trepov by Prince Golitsyn, with no apparent reason. From June, 1915, to the end of 1916 21 ministers were dropped and new ones appointed in their places, all of them belonging to the same brand of bureaucrats and adhering to the same policy. The country watched this kaleidoscopic change of its rulers with amazement but with no hope. It had grown to understand that one bureaucrat was as good as another and that nothing could be expected from the old system. A reactionary publication, the Novoye Vremya, wrote in November 1916. There is no general management of a general cause. Every administrative organ feels itself called for today. The rising storm. 395. Only, it does not want to remember what was true yesterday, it does not take the trouble to guess what is coming tomorrow. The civil work of administration is being shredded into a series of casual disconnected orders, the ship of state is careening and creaking, driven hither and thither by the caprice of changing winds. The country was growing ever more excited. The sessions of the Duma, renewed after an interruption of several months, were one continuous series of clashes with the administration. We wish to save the country, the bureaucracy opposes, this was the message of the Duma to the country. People could see no reason for the opposition of the government but the desire to serve the enemy's cause. This assumption was confirmed by the rumors of treason. Notwithstanding the prohibition of meetings, a conference of 28 chairmen of province Zemstvos met on October 29, 1916, to adopt a resolution which expressed the anxiety of the people. The tormenting and horrifying suspicion, the resolution says, the sinister rumors of perfidy and treason, of dark forces working in favor of Germany to destroy the unity of the nation, to sow discord and thus prepare conditions for an ignominious peace, have now reached the clear certainty that the hand of the enemy secretly influences the affairs of our state. It was known that representatives of the Black Hundred repeatedly visited the army headquarters urging the Tsar to conclude a separate peace in order to prevent a victory of the revolution. The revolution was the work of the Union of Zemstvos and Cities, they asserted, of the Military Industrial Committee, of the conferences of liberal organizations. The radical parties, one of the black memoranda said, desire a prolongation of the war to gain time to organize and prepare a revolution. It was known that Colonel Moissaye, a friend of the war minister and a member of the general staff of the 10th Army, was executed for treason. 396 March 1917 was known that General Suchomlinov, former Minister of War, was in the fortress of Peter and Paul, charged with treason. Such was the mood of the country when on November 1916, the Imperial Duma and Council convened after the summer recess. Professor D. Grimm, representative of the academic group in the council, gave an adequate description of the situation. There are moments in the life of nations, he said, when silence is wrong, and we have no right to close our eyes to the conditions which alarm our country. I refer to the growing estrangement between the people and the government, to the deep discord between the government and thinking Russia, to the ever-growing mistrust which becomes the characteristic relation between those two factors of our national life. The Russian people decidedly mistrust the Russian government, and the Russian government just as decidedly mistrusts the Russian people. This is fraught with the gravest national danger. It cannot and ought not to be continued any longer. One cannot fight simultaneously on two fronts, with the external enemy and with the people in the country. One ought not to extinguish the power of the people, which is of the greatest value in times of national trial. Does the government understand this? I assert that it understands neither the greatness of the moment, nor the concrete obvious problems it has to fulfill. No cooperation with a government of this kind is possible, and do not tell me that now is no time for raising such questions, that everything ought to be postponed till after the war. In this grave historic moment the Russian people need a government of honest and brave men, devoted to the constitutional order, equipped with a definite program and supported by a majority of the representatives of the people. This is necessary in order that the great goal should be reached with a minimum of sacrifices on the part of the people. The majority of the council agreed with this program. The rising storm. 397. In the Duma, Kerensky and Shchij, the leader of the Social Democratic group, openly spoke of an impending revolution. The country was ready, they asserted, the masses would take their fate into their own hands. From the Duma it was required that it should not block their way, that it should identify itself with the revolutionary people when the great upheaval came. An unusual impression was made by the speech of the Duma deputy, Vladimir Perlshkevich, hitherto a notorious leader of the Black Hundred. The speech was a severe criticism of the inability, the indolence, the selfishness of the government. Purushkevich pointed openly at the existence of a German party in the ranks of the Russian autocracy. Now, he said, the problem is not whether the government has confidence in the people, but whether the people can have confidence in the government. The authority and the patriotism of the government are under suspicion. The disorganization of the war is undoubtedly being created by the aid of a German party, which works with amazing persistency. Purushkevich's accusations were especially characteristic of the moment, the man being connected with high officials and supposed to have inside information. The political atmosphere became more heated every day. Strikes and street manifestation of workingmen in Petrograd and other cities had begun in October 1916, and were growing to be a frequent occurrence. Zemstvos, city councils, and all kinds of liberal organizations were sending greetings to the Duma, urging it to fight bravely for a responsible government. On November 4, the Minister of War, General Shavayev, and the Minister of the Navy, Admiral Grigorovich, made in the Duma conciliatory speeches, Shavayev saying that the national defense imperatively demanded a cooperation of the ministers with the Duma. Both ministers were hailed by the Duma, by a number of merchants' associations, by the Union of Zemstvos, by mayors of various cities. 398 March 1917 people believed it to be the beginning of concessions on the part of the government. It was not. The administration continued its policy of suppression. The speeches of the radical and many moderate Duma deputies were not allowed to be published. The newspapers, including the Seven Voy, Oy/R/M, appeared with large blank spaces, the work of the censor. The declaration of the Progressive Bloc, as it appeared in the newspapers, was a mockery. It contained about 60 lines of print and 200 lines of blank space. The Russian government was anxious to withhold the truth from the people, failing to see that large blank spaces in the moderate newspapers were of a more disquieting character than the most alarming news. The Zemshchina, the organ of the Black Hundred, wrote about the most shameless and criminal speeches sounded at the mob gathering in the Duma * and urged the government to apply violence. If civil authorities are not sufficient, it urged, there are military authorities which can act according to martial law. Let them step forth. Let them eliminate the Molukovs. On November loth, Premier Sturmer was replaced by A.Th. Trepov, but people only shrugged their shoulders. There was not the slightest trace of difference between one man and the other. Sturmer was gone, but Protopopov, the most hated Minister of the Interior and the actual head of internal affairs, remained. In November, a court prosecution was started against Molokov for his speech in the Duma. In December, a reservist, who had been a journalist connected with the Black Hundred, made sensational revelations of his negotiations with the leader of the Black Hundred, Dr. Dubrovin, who had hired him for 200 rubles to kill Molokov. On December 9, conferences of the Union of Zemstvos and Union of Cities, assembled in Moscow, were dissolved by armed police force. On December loth, an officer dispatched by the Moscow chief of police, appeared at the executive session of the Chapter 30. The great event, a freed nation. Towards the end of 191-6 and the beginning of 1917 the country once more represented one solid front. Practically all classes, groups, parties were unanimous in their opposition to the existing order and in the expectation of radical changes. Even the landowning nobility arraigned itself against the autocratic system, whose main support it had been through all the years of reaction. Late in November a national convention of the nobility was held, which in strong and unequivocal language denounced the influence of dark, irresponsible forces over the affairs of the state and the church, and insisted upon the urgency of creating a government strong through the confidence of the people, and capable of cooperation with the legislative bodies. This was the most characteristic sign of the times. The government remained practically without support. The peasantry showed little unrest, but it was clear that they would not rise to the help of the decaying order. As to the Black Hundred, this noisy group seemed to be rapidly dwindling. Where are the monarchists? The reactionary Moscow Courier asks, at the end of 1916, and the paper answers, part of them, disappointed, consciously and with apparent spite have severed all relations with the active monarchist movement. The remaining monarchist organizations have mostly lost their credit, and justly so, in the eyes of the population. They have grown mean, they have lost all ideal conceptions, they have become groups of private interests and private ambitions. The majority of them are so compromised through the actions of their freeing the inmates, among whom were the workmen's representatives of the Military-Industrial Committee. Another crowd opened the house of preliminary imprisonment, freed the inmates and set the building on fire. Later the fortress of Peter and Paul was taken. Military processions marched through the streets carrying red banners and singing revolutionary songs. Part of the troops still remained loyal to the old government, firing from roofs and trying to close the Lightinai Bridge. But it was apparent that their number was decreasing. A delegation of 25,000 soldiers who had joined the revolution went to the building of the Duma. Many other delegations and crowds of civilians and soldiers gathered in and around the Duma. All eyes were turned to the only existing national center. On the previous Saturday, February 25, the members of the Duma had had a joint session with the Petrograd City Council, representatives of workmen's organizations and a number of other persons well known in the community. It had been decided not to await the decisions of the government, but to form immediately a number of committees and provide for the needs of the population. On Sunday, MV Rodchenko, Speaker of the Duma, telegraphed to the Tsar at Army headquarters, "The situation is serious. There is anarchy in the streets. The government is paralyzed. Transportation, food, and fuel supplies are in a state of total confusion. The general dissatisfaction grows. Disorderly shooting. 408 March 1917. Is going on in the streets. Parts of the troops fire on each other. It is necessary to immediately authorize a person enjoying the confidence of the country to form a new government. No delay is permissible. Any delay is equivalent to death. I pray to God that in this hour the responsibility does not fall on the bearer of the crown." The reply was an order of the Tsar adjourning the Duma till sometime in April. The order was received on Monday, February 27, when the Revolutionary Army and the revolutionary population were already gathering around the Duma. The Duma decided to stay. Rodchenko made a final appeal to the Tsar. He telegraphed, "The situation is becoming worse. Measures ought to be taken immediately, tomorrow it will be too late. The last hour has struck for the fate of the fatherland and the dynasty to be decided." Moissaye Rodchenko. No reply from the Tsar was forthcoming. The pressure of the Revolutionary Army on the Duma was in the meantime becoming stronger. The soldiers declared they were ready to take the Duma under their armed protection. The members of the Duma, Kerensky, Chchij, and Skobelev addressed the soldiers in front of the Duma building. Skobelev announced that the old system was no longer in existence, that the Duma was having a session to decide how to establish order. He urged the people to organize, to act in solidarity, to keep order, to commit no violent acts against the defenders of the old regime, but to convey them to the Duma and hand them over to the new people's authorities. "Freedom demands discipline and order," he said. At 3 p.m. the soldiers around the Duma were notified that the Duma had decided to form a provisional committee to handle the situation. The provisional committee issued the following appeal to the population. The great event, a freed nation. 409. The Provisional Committee of the members of the Imperial Duma, aware of the grave conditions of internal disorder created by the measures of the old government, has found itself compelled to take into its hands the re-establishment of political and civil order. In full consciousness of the responsibility of its decision, the Provisional Committee expresses its trust that the population and the army will help it in the difficult task of creating a new government which will comply with the wishes of the population and be able to enjoy its confidence. Moissaye Rodchenko, Speaker of the Imperial Duma. February 27, 1917. The news was received with joy by the tense crowds which filled the streets, standing shoulder to shoulder. The Duma building was already guarded by revolutionary military patrols. The ministers of the old system showed no signs of life. They disappeared. Only Prince Golitsyn informed Rodchenko that he had handed in his resignation. Late in the afternoon, Shcheglovitov, the president of the Imperial Council, was arrested by the revolutionary people and was placed under custody in the building of the Duma. In the evening the first formal session of the Council of Workmen's Deputies took place. The deputies were elected by the workingmen of various factories and socialist organizations. Chairmen of the meeting elected were the Duma deputies Chchij, Kerensky, and Skobelev. The council issued an appeal to the people which reads in part: "The fight is still going on, it must be continued to a victorious end. The old system must be completely overthrown and give room to a government by the people. In this lies the salvation of Russia. 4 March 1917. To finish the struggle successfully, in the interests of democracy, the people must create their own powerful organization. The Council of Workmen's Delegates, holding its session in the Imperial Duma, makes it its supreme task to organize the people's forces and their struggle for a final securing of political freedom and popular government in Russia. We appeal to the entire population of the capital to rally around the council, to form local committees in the various boroughs and to take over the management of local affairs. All together, with united forces, we will struggle for a final abolition of the old system and the calling of a constituent assembly on the basis of universal, equal, direct, and secret suffrage. On Monday evening, the Union of Journalists published the first bulletin giving information about the progress of the revolution. On Tuesday, February 28, the Revolutionary Army increased. Almost the entire garrison was already on the side of the people. The old government ordered new regiments from other cities to come to Petrograd. They arrived singing the Marseillaise. On the roofs there were still policemen firing machine guns, but they were being gradually removed and arrested by the revolutionary people. In the course of the day, the following administrators of the old regime were arrested: Protopopov, Minister of the Interior; Sturmer, former Premier; General Komissarev, known for his pogrom activities; Dobrovolsky, Minister of Justice; General Chabalov, commander of the Petrograd military district; Golitsyn, head of the cabinet, and many others. All were placed under custody in the Duma building. On the same day, the Winter Palace, residence of the Romanovs, was taken by the revolutionists. The great event, a freed nation. 411. Arming of policemen and police officers and the substitution for them of a popular militia was in full progress. On Wednesday, March 1, the diplomatic representatives of England and France recognized the Provisional Committee of the Duma. Moscow, Charkov, and Tsaritsyn pledged their support to the Provisional Committee. The Bulletin of the Council of Workmen and Soldiers Deputies published an article headed, "Should the Romanov dynasty remain in power?" The article emphasized the necessity of overthrowing the Romanovs and establishing a democratic republic in Russia. To secure a democratic control over the army, the council issued an order to the soldiers to elect soldiers committees in every unit, the committees to have the stores of ammunition in their command, the soldiers had to keep discipline in the ranks and to obey the officers when on duty, the council urged. When not on duty, however, they were supposed to be equal to the officers. The order was received with enthusiasm by the Revolutionary Army. On the same day, Rodchenko, in the name of the Provisional Committee, issued an order prohibiting the officers from disarming the revolutionary soldiers. Numerous other officials of the old system were arrested. On Thursday, March 2, the negotiations between the Duma and the Workmen's Council as to the formation of a provisional government and its program, came to a successful conclusion. A provisional government was formed with Prince G. Lvov, president of the Union of Zemstvos, as premier. On Thursday, March 2, Tsar Nicholas II signed his abdication in favor of his brother Mikhail, and on Thursday, March 3, Mikhail abdicated, appealing to the people to support the provisional government. Monarchy in Russia was overthrown. The dream of generations became true.